The year is 1585, and Europe is a continent simmering with religious tensions, political rivalries, and the ambitions of powerful monarchs. At the heart of this tumultuous landscape stand two of the most formidable figures of the age, Philip II of Spain and Elizabeth I of England. Their enmity is not just political, it is ideological. Philip, the devoutly Catholic ruler of the Spanish Empire, sees himself as the defender of the Catholic faith. Elizabeth, the Protestant Queen of England, represents a direct challenge to his vision of a united, Catholic Christendom. For decades, this rivalry had simmered beneath the surface, manifesting in naval skirmishes, political intrigues, and proxy wars. But by 1585, the situation had reached a boiling point. England's clandestine support for the Protestant rebels in the Spanish-controlled Netherlands, coupled with English privateers attacking Spanish treasure fleets in the Americas, had pushed Philip to the brink. What began as a series of provocations would soon escalate into one of the most ambitious military campaigns in European history, the Spanish Armada. Narrator: Philip II, sitting in the grand halls of the Escorial, his sprawling palace and monastery complex near Madrid, was a man consumed by his mission. For Philip, the war against England was not merely about politics or commerce, it was a divine mandate. The Protestant Reformation, which had splintered Christendom in the previous century, was a threat to the unity of the Catholic Church. England, under Elizabeth's Protestant rule, had become a haven for heretics and a thorn in the side of Philip's vision for a Catholic Europe. Philip's grievances against England were numerous. Elizabeth's refusal to marry him years earlier had been a personal affront, but it was her policies that truly enraged him. The English Queen had authorized privateers like Sir Francis Drake to raid Spanish shipping lanes, capturing treasure and sowing chaos. These acts of piracy, conducted under the thin veil of private enterprise, were an open secret, and Philip considered them acts of war. But perhaps the most grievous insult was Elizabeth's support for the Dutch revolt. The Netherlands, a rich and strategically vital region, was part of Philip's vast empire. For decades, Dutch Protestants had been waging a bloody rebellion against Spanish rule, and Elizabeth's financial and military aid to the rebels was a direct challenge to Philip's authority. In the eyes of Philip II, England was not merely a political rival, it was a rogue nation led by a heretic queen, standing in the way of God's will. Narrator: Elizabeth I, for her part, was acutely aware of the growing threat from Spain. Her court, a glittering center of Renaissance culture and intrigue, was a place where politics and espionage intertwined. The Virgin Queen, as she styled herself, was a master of diplomacy and a shrewd political operator. She had long navigated the treacherous waters of European politics, balancing alliances and enmities with skill. Elizabeth knew that her decision to support the Dutch rebels and sanction attacks on Spanish ships was provocative. But she also understood that these actions were necessary to protect England's interests. Spain's dominance of the seas and its vast empire in the Americas posed an existential threat to English sovereignty. If Philip succeeded in crushing the Dutch and turning his full attention to England, her realm would be vulnerable. To counter this, Elizabeth relied on a network of spies and diplomats who kept her informed of developments across Europe. Chief among them was Sir Francis Walsingham, her spymaster. Walsingham's network of informants uncovered plots and conspiracies, many of which were orchestrated or supported by Spanish agents. The most notorious of these was the Babington Plot, a plan to assassinate Elizabeth and place the Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots, on the English throne. The discovery of this plot and Mary's subsequent execution in 1587 further inflamed tensions between England and Spain. For Philip, it was the final insult. Elizabeth, the heretic queen, had dared to execute a Catholic monarch. It was now clear that diplomacy had failed. War was inevitable. Narrator: As Philip began to formulate his plans, he envisioned a campaign that would not only defeat England but also restore Catholicism to the island. The Armada, a fleet of unprecedented scale, would be the instrument of his divine mission. The plan was ambitious. Philip's forces would assemble in Spain and sail to the Netherlands, where they would rendezvous with the Duke of Parma, the commander of Spanish land forces. Together, the Armada and Parma's troops would cross the English Channel and invade England. Once on English soil, they would overthrow Elizabeth, install a Catholic ruler, and bring the country back into the fold of the Catholic Church. To lead this great enterprise, Philip appointed the Duke of Medina Sidonia, a nobleman of high rank but little naval experience. Medina Sidonia's appointment was a controversial choice, and even he doubted his ability to command such a massive fleet. Yet Philip's faith in divine providence was unshakable. He believed that God would guide the Armada to victory, regardless of human shortcomings. Narrator. While Philip mobilized his forces, Elizabeth and her advisors prepared for the inevitable invasion. England's naval defenses were under the command of Charles Howard, the Lord High Admiral, and Sir Francis Drake, the legendary privateer. Both men understood the enormity of the challenge they faced. The Spanish fleet was one of the most powerful in the world, with heavily armed galleons and a vast array of resources. England's navy, by contrast, was smaller and less equipped. Yet the English had several advantages. Their ships were faster and more maneuverable than the Spanish galleons, and their sailors were experienced in the hit-and-run tactics of privateering. Additionally, England's naval commanders were innovative and unafraid to take risks. Elizabeth also understood the importance of morale. She delivered rousing speeches to her troops, emphasizing their duty to defend their homeland and their faith. One of her most famous addresses, delivered at Tilbury as the Armada approached, would later become a symbol of English resilience. "I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too." Narrator. As 1588 dawned, both sides braced for the conflict that would determine the future of Europe. In Spain, the Armada was assembled, a formidable force of over 130 ships and thousands of men. In England, the navy prepared for battle, supported by coastal defenses and the determination of its people. The stage was set for one of the most dramatic naval confrontations in history. The Spanish Armada, a symbol of Philip II's ambition and faith, would soon set sail. The English, outnumbered and outgunned, would rely on ingenuity, courage, and the unpredictable forces of nature. The battle to come would not only decide the fate of two nations but also mark a turning point in the struggle for dominance in the Atlantic world. As the Armada prepared to embark, a storm of war gathered on the horizon, one that would reshape the course of history. The spring of 1588 arrived with a sense of fervent anticipation in Spain. Across the bustling port cities of Lisbon and Seville, preparations for the Armada were nearing completion. Thousands of sailors and soldiers, drawn from across Philip II's vast empire, gathered in sprawling encampments, awaiting orders. Supply ships brimmed with provisions, cannons were hoisted aboard mighty galleons, and final blessings were performed by priests who imbued the mission with divine purpose. The fleet assembled by Philip II was one of unprecedented scale and ambition. Over 130 ships of varying sizes formed the Armada, including colossal galleons, sleek galleasses, and a multitude of support vessels. The Armada was designed not just as a naval force but as a floating army, carrying tens of thousands of soldiers intended to join the Duke of Parma's troops for the invasion of England. For Philip, this was not merely a military campaign, it was a crusade. He called it the enterprise of England, a holy mission to depose the Protestant queen and restore Catholic rule. He believed that success was assured, for God was on his side. Narrator. Among the fleet, the flagship San Martin stood as a towering symbol of Spanish might. Commanded by the Duke of Medina Sidonia, the San Martin was a heavily armed galleon capable of withstanding fierce assaults. Yet Medina Sidonia, despite his rank and the prestige of his vessel, was plagued with doubts. Unlike many of the captains under his command, Medina Sidonia was not a seasoned sailor. His appointment as commander of the Armada was a decision born of politics and hierarchy, not merit. In private correspondence, he had expressed his reluctance to lead such a monumental campaign, citing his lack of naval expertise. But Philip's decision was final, and Medina Sidonia had little choice but to accept his role. As he walked the decks of the San Martin, observing the bustling activity of sailors and officers, Medina Sidonia could not shake a sense of foreboding. The fleet was formidable, but it was also unwieldy. Coordinating such a massive force across the open sea would be a monumental challenge, even for the most experienced admiral. Narrator. Meanwhile, the people of Spain watched the Armada's preparations with a mixture of awe and hope. News of the fleet's assembly had spread far and wide, and many saw it as a sign of Spain's divine destiny. Clergy preached sermons extolling the righteousness of the mission, and prayers were offered for the safe passage of the fleet. Yet beneath the surface, there were whispers of unease. Spain's economy, already strained by years of warfare and imperial expansion, was under immense pressure. The cost of assembling the Armada was astronomical, and there were concerns about the quality of the provisions and equipment. For sailors and soldiers alike, life aboard the Armada promised to be grueling. The ships were cramped, with men packed tightly into quarters that left little room for comfort. Rations consisted of hardtack, salted meat, and dried beans, and water supplies were limited. Disease was a constant threat, and morale depended heavily on the belief that their mission was guided by God. Narrator. On May 28, 1588, after months of meticulous preparation, the Armada finally set sail from Lisbon. The departure was marked by ceremony and solemnity, with priests blessing the fleet and invoking divine protection. As the ships unfurled their sails and caught the wind, the sight was breathtaking, a vast armada stretching across the horizon, its flags and banners fluttering in the sunlight. The fleet's journey began with a sense of purpose, but it was not long before difficulties arose. Strong winds and rough seas scattered the ships shortly after their departure, forcing them to regroup at the port of La Coruña in northern Spain. This delay, though frustrating, was not insurmountable. Medina Sidonia used the time to repair damaged vessels and replenish supplies. As the Armada waited at La Coruña, the English were not idle. Reports of the Spanish fleet's movements reached England through a network of spies and informants. Sir Francis Walsingham's intelligence network was particularly effective in tracking the Armada's progress, providing crucial information to Elizabeth's court. Narrator. In England, preparations for the defense of the realm were in full swing. The English navy, though smaller than the Spanish fleet, was mobilized under the command of Charles Howard, Lord High Admiral, and Sir Francis Drake. These men, seasoned by years of naval warfare, understood that their best chance of victory lay in exploiting their advantages in speed, maneuverability, and firepower. The English fleet consisted of around 100 ships, including nimble warships designed for rapid movement and precision strikes. While the Spanish relied on heavily armed galleons that excelled in close combat, the English ships were built to engage from a distance, using superior cannon technology to inflict damage without exposing themselves to boarding parties. Elizabeth herself took an active role in rallying her forces. She addressed her troops with stirring speeches, emphasizing their duty to defend their homeland and their faith. At Tilbury, where English forces gathered to repel a potential invasion, Elizabeth's presence inspired confidence and determination. Narrator. By late July, the Armada was ready to resume its journey. Sailing northward along the Atlantic coast, the fleet encountered the unpredictable weather of the open sea. The Spanish sailors, though experienced, found the conditions challenging. The North Atlantic was far less forgiving than the Mediterranean waters they were accustomed to, and the large, unwieldy ships of the Armada struggled against the winds and currents. As the fleet approached the English Channel, tension mounted on both sides. For the Spanish, the moment of confrontation was drawing near. For the English, the sighting of the Armada on the horizon would mark the beginning of a battle that would determine the fate of their nation. Narrator. The stage was set for a clash of empires. The Spanish Armada, a symbol of Philip II's ambition and faith, sailed onward with the weight of a divine mission. The English navy, driven by a fierce determination to defend their homeland, awaited the confrontation with a mixture of resolve and trepidation. What would follow would be a naval battle of unprecedented scale, where tactics, innovation, and the unpredictable forces of nature would play decisive roles. The outcome of the conflict would not only shape the future of England and Spain but also mark a turning point in the balance of power in Europe. By late July 1588, the Spanish Armada reached the English Channel, a narrow but strategically crucial stretch of water separating England from mainland Europe. For the Spanish, crossing this channel was the key to delivering their forces to the waiting army of the Duke of Parma in the Netherlands. For the English, the channel was their lifeline, a moat of defense against invasion. As the Armada entered these waters, their imposing formation struck fear into all who witnessed it. The fleet was arranged in a crescent, a formation designed to protect its most vulnerable transport ships while keeping its war galleons on the outer edges, ready to respond to any threat. The sheer scale of the Armada, with its vast ships and fluttering banners, proclaimed Spain's intent to dominate the seas. From the cliffs of England, observers relayed urgent warnings to the English fleet, which lay in wait at Plymouth. The time had come for the English navy to test their strategy and resolve against a force that, in size and might, dwarfed their own. Narrator. On July 29, the English fleet, commanded by Lord High Admiral Charles Howard and Sir Francis Drake, sighted the Armada off the coast of Cornwall. The sight was as awe-inspiring as it was daunting. The Spanish crescent stretched over 2 miles, with towering galleons bristling with cannon and bustling with soldiers. For the English, the challenge was clear: they could not allow the Armada to maintain its formation or link up with Parma's forces. The English commanders wasted no time. From the harbors of Plymouth, they launched their fleet into action, their sleek and maneuverable ships darting like hunting hounds toward the Spanish leviathans. Unlike the Spanish galleons, which relied on boarding tactics and close combat, the English ships were equipped for hit-and-run engagements. Their lighter, faster vessels allowed them to harass the edges of the Armada, firing cannon volleys before retreating to safety. Sir Francis Drake, ever the daring tactician, led the first wave of attacks. His ship, the Revenge, darted in and out of the Spanish formation, unleashing precise volleys that disrupted the Armada's cohesion. Yet despite their agility and firepower, the English found themselves facing a formidable opponent. The Spanish galleons, heavily armored and well-armed, withstood the initial assaults with remarkable resilience. Narrator. As the skirmishes began, the Armada continued its progress along the channel, aiming to rendezvous with Parma's forces near Calais. Medina Sidonia, aboard the San Martin, maintained his crescent formation and ordered his captains to stay the course. The plan relied on discipline and cohesion, for the Spanish knew that any deviation from their formation could leave them vulnerable to the English's agile tactics. However, the English navy's relentless harassment began to take its toll. The Spanish, unused to the hit-and-run tactics of their adversaries, struggled to adapt. Cannon fire from the English ships targeted the masts and rigging of the Spanish vessels, aiming to cripple their maneuverability. Though these attacks caused minimal structural damage, they created chaos among the Armada's ranks, forcing captains to maneuver defensively rather than offensively. The Spanish galleons returned fire, their cannons booming across the channel. Yet the English, using their superior speed, were often out of range by the time the Spanish guns were ready to fire. This exchange of cannon fire, though dramatic, resulted in relatively few casualties during the early days of the conflict. Narrator. While the battles raged at sea, news of the Armada's progress spread across England. Coastal towns braced for the possibility of invasion, and militias were raised in anticipation of a Spanish landing. In London, Elizabeth's court prepared for the worst. Despite the uncertainty, the Queen herself exuded confidence, her speeches and presence inspiring hope among her subjects. One of the most critical elements of the English strategy was the use of intelligence and communication. Beacons were lit along the coast to signal the Armada's movements, and couriers carried messages between naval commanders and the government. This system of coordination allowed the English to respond rapidly to the evolving situation, ensuring that their forces remained a step ahead of the Spanish. At sea, the English commanders continued to press their advantage. Lord Howard and Sir John Hawkins devised a plan to draw the Armada into unfavorable positions, where their cumbersome galleons could be outmaneuvered. This strategy required patience and discipline, as the English avoided direct confrontation in favor of sustained harassment. Narrator. On the third day of the conflict, the Armada encountered a new challenge: the unpredictable weather of the English Channel. Strong winds and choppy seas tested the sailors' endurance and further complicated Medina Sidonia's task of maintaining the Armada's formation. The English, accustomed to these conditions, used them to their advantage, launching attacks when the Spanish struggled to reposition their ships. Among the Spanish captains, frustration and tension began to mount. The tightly controlled crescent formation, once a symbol of their strength, was increasingly seen as a liability. Some captains argued for a more aggressive approach, urging Medina Sidonia to engage the English directly. But the admiral, mindful of Philip's orders and the need to preserve the fleet for its ultimate goal, resisted such calls. For the Spanish soldiers aboard the Armada, the days were grueling. Packed into the holds of the galleons, they endured cramped conditions, meager rations, and the constant threat of cannon fire. Many prayed for divine intervention, believing that their mission was guided by God's will. Yet doubts began to creep in as the English continued to outmaneuver them. Narrator. By August 4th, the Armada had reached the waters off Calais, where Medina Sidonia hoped to anchor and regroup. The plan was to establish communication with the Duke of Parma and coordinate the final stages of the invasion. However, this would prove to be easier said than done. The shallow waters of Calais posed a challenge for the Armada's large galleons, and the English were determined to disrupt any attempt to anchor. As the Spanish ships dropped anchor near Calais, the English navy prepared for their next move. Lord Howard and Sir Francis Drake, aware that this was a critical juncture in the campaign, devised a bold plan to break the Armada's formation and sow chaos among its ranks. The stage was set for a decisive confrontation that would test the limits of both sides' endurance and ingenuity. The Spanish Armada, though battered, remained a formidable force. Yet the English, with their superior tactics and knowledge of the Channel, held the initiative. As night fell, both fleets prepared for what would become one of the most dramatic episodes of the campaign: the use of fire ships to ignite panic and disorder among the Spanish fleet. August 7, 1588. Night had fallen over the waters near Calais. The Spanish Armada, after days of relentless skirmishes and hard sailing, lay anchored in the shallows, a formidable crescent of ships bristling with men and cannons. The Duke of Medina Sidonia, aboard the San Martin, finally allowed his fleet a moment of rest. Messages were sent to the Duke of Parma in Flanders, urging him to rendezvous with the Armada. But even as the Spanish rested, the English commanders were busy devising a bold and audacious plan. The Armada's tightly packed anchorage, though meant to offer protection, also presented a vulnerability. If the English could disrupt this formation, the consequences could be catastrophic for the Spanish. Lord Charles Howard and Sir Francis Drake settled on a tactic that was as ancient as it was effective: the use of fire ships. Narrator. Fire ships, vessels set ablaze and sent drifting into an enemy fleet, were a weapon of terror as much as destruction. The sight of a burning ship, its flames illuminating the darkness, could cause even the most disciplined crews to panic. For the English, it was an ideal strategy to break the Armada's cohesion and sow chaos. The plan required sacrifice. Several old and expendable English ships were stripped of their valuable equipment, loaded with pitch, tar, gunpowder, and flammable materials, and set aside for the mission. As the English sailors prepared these vessels, the night grew darker, the only sounds the lapping of water against hulls and the faint murmurs of activity. At midnight the fire ships were ready. Sailors lit the fuses and set the vessels adrift toward the anchored Armada. The flames caught quickly, the ships becoming blazing torches that lit up the night. The glow of the fire ships could be seen for miles, their flickering light creating eerie shadows on the waters of the Channel. Narrator. On board the Spanish ships, the reaction was immediate and visceral. The watchmen, upon sighting the approaching infernos, raised the alarm, their shouts echoing across the fleet. Bells rang out, and sailors scrambled to action. The sight of the fire ships, their flames leaping skyward, filled many with dread. For Medina Sidonia and his captains, the situation demanded an urgent response. If the fire ships reached the Armada, the consequences could be devastating. Their own ships, laden with gunpowder and supplies, were highly flammable. One explosion could set off a chain reaction that might engulf the entire fleet. The Spanish crews reacted instinctively. Anchors were hastily cut, and the galleons began to maneuver away from the drifting fire ships. In the chaos, ships collided, ropes tangled, and the once orderly crescent formation dissolved into disarray. Narrator. The fire ships themselves, though terrifying, caused minimal direct damage. Most burned out harmlessly, their fiery remains sinking into the channel. Yet their psychological impact was profound. The disruption they caused left the Armada scattered and vulnerable, with many ships drifting far from their intended positions. In the confusion, communication broke down. Captains struggled to coordinate their movements in the darkness, and the lack of clear orders from Medina Sidonia only compounded the disorder. The tightly disciplined Spanish fleet, so carefully organized, now faced the peril of disunity. For the English, the fire ships had achieved their purpose. As dawn broke, the Armada lay in a chaotic spread across the waters near Calais, no longer the impenetrable force it had been just hours before. Lord Howard and his commanders seized the opportunity to press their advantage. Narrator. The morning of August 8 saw one of the most intense battles of the campaign, known as the Battle of Gravelines. The English navy, emboldened by the success of the fire ships, launched a coordinated assault on the scattered Armada. Their agile warships closed in, bombarding the Spanish vessels with precise cannon fire. The Spanish galleons, though heavily armed, struggled to respond. Many had lost their positions during the night, and were isolated from the main fleet. English cannon fire targeted their masts and rigging, aiming to immobilize the ships and render them defenseless. Medina Sidonia, desperate to regain control, signaled his ships to regroup and form a defensive line. But the English pressed their attack relentlessly, exploiting every weakness. The battle raged for hours, with the roar of cannon fire echoing across the channel and smoke obscuring the battlefield. Narrator. Amid the chaos, individual acts of heroism and desperation stood out. On board the Spanish galleon San Lorenzo, the crew fought valiantly to repel English attacks, their cannons firing until the barrels overheated. Nearby, the San Felipe, one of the Armada's largest ships, became the target of concentrated English fire, its hull riddled with holes and its decks slick with blood. Despite their losses, the Spanish fought with determination. Their superior numbers and the resilience of their galleons prevented a total rout. Yet the English, with their superior maneuverability and tactics, maintained the upper hand. By the end of the day, the Armada was in full retreat, battered and demoralized. The Spanish ships, many of them damaged and low on supplies, began to sail northward, away from the Channel and the threat of English pursuit. The great crescent formation that had once symbolized Spain's naval might was now a fragmented and beleaguered fleet. Narrator. For the English, the victory at Gravelines was a moment of triumph. The threat of invasion had been averted, and the Armada, though not entirely destroyed, was no longer capable of carrying out its mission. The defenders celebrated their success, yet they knew the campaign was not over. The retreating Spanish fleet still posed a threat, and the unpredictable weather of the North Atlantic could turn the tide of events once more. As the remnants of the Armada sailed into the unknown, their fate uncertain, the world watched with bated breath. The clash between England and Spain had become a defining moment in the struggle for dominance in Europe, a battle not only of ships and men but of faith, ambition, and resilience. Defeated at Gravelines, the Spanish Armada began its perilous retreat. The Duke of Medina Sidonia faced a daunting reality: the mission had failed. No invasion of England would occur, and the mighty fleet that had set sail from Spain with such confidence was now a broken force. Yet survival remained uncertain. To escape the pursuing English fleet and return to Spain, the Armada would have to sail around Scotland and Ireland, braving the unpredictable and treacherous waters of the North Atlantic. For the Spanish sailors, the retreat marked the beginning of a grueling ordeal. Supplies were critically low. Food and water, already rationed during the journey north, were nearly exhausted. Many ships carried wounded men from the battles, their injuries untreated due to the lack of medical supplies. Despair spread among the crews as they faced the long, uncertain voyage ahead. Narrator. As the Armada sailed into the open waters of the North Sea, the English navy maintained a cautious pursuit. Lord Charles Howard, satisfied with the damage inflicted at Gravelines, recognized the dangers of overextending his forces. The English fleet shadowed the Armada at a distance, ensuring that it continued its retreat but avoiding unnecessary risk. The Armada's journey around Scotland began with a foreboding sense of isolation. Gone were the bustling waters of the English Channel, replaced by the vast expanse of the North Sea. The weather, always a decisive factor in naval warfare, began to turn against the Spanish. Strong winds and rough seas battered the ships, pushing them off course and compounding their difficulties. For the sailors, the constant struggle against the elements became a test of endurance. Ships that had suffered damage in battle now faced the additional strain of heavy seas. Leaking hulls required constant pumping to prevent flooding, and broken masts and rigging made navigation nearly impossible. Narrator. In early September, the Armada rounded the northern tip of Scotland, entering the perilous waters of the North Atlantic. Here, the true wrath of the sea awaited them. Violent storms swept across the fleet, driving ships into treacherous shallows and rocky coasts. For many Spanish vessels, this was the final blow. The galleon La Trinidad Valenciera, one of the Armada's largest ships, was among the first to succumb. Caught in a storm near the Irish coast, it ran aground on the rocky shores of County Donegal. The crew, desperate to save themselves, abandoned the ship and tried to reach land. Yet their ordeal was far from over. Many were captured or killed by local forces loyal to the English crown. Other ships met similar fates. The Nuestra Señora del Rosario, already damaged from earlier battles, was lost to the relentless waves. Survivors described the horrors of the sinking ships, men clinging to debris, praying for salvation, while the icy waters claimed their lives. Narrator. For those who managed to reach the shores of Scotland or Ireland, the challenges continued. The Spanish survivors, often weak from starvation and injuries, faced hostile locals and English patrols. Some were executed on capture, while others were imprisoned. A few, aided by sympathetic locals, managed to find refuge and eventually returned to Spain. The stories of survival and loss became part of the Armada's legacy. The ship La Girona, for instance, carried hundreds of men who had transferred from other wrecked vessels. Overloaded and struggling in the storm, it too met a tragic end, sinking off the coast of Antrim in Ireland. Only a handful of survivors lived to tell the tale. Amid these tragedies, a handful of Spanish ships managed to avoid the worst of the storms. They limped back to Spain, their crews gaunt and weary, their ships barely seaworthy. Yet for many who survived, the physical ordeal was matched by the emotional weight of failure. Narrator. By the time the remnants of the Armada reached Spain, the fleet was unrecognizable. Of the 130 ships that had set out, fewer than half returned. Thousands of sailors and soldiers were dead, victims of battle, starvation, disease, and shipwreck. For Spain, the loss was a national catastrophe, marking the end of its ambitions to invade England. King Philip II, upon hearing the full extent of the disaster, reportedly declared, "I sent my ships to fight against men, not the elements." Yet even this acknowledgement could not conceal the blow to Spanish prestige. The defeat of the Armada shattered the myth of Spanish invincibility, altering the balance of power in Europe. In England, the victory was celebrated as a triumph of divine providence. Queen Elizabeth's famous address to her troops at Tilbury, delivered before the battle, was remembered as a symbol of national resilience. The English attributed their success not only to their naval strategy but also to their unity and the harshness of the weather, which they saw as a manifestation of God's favor. Narrator. The Armada's legacy would resonate for centuries. It marked a turning point in the rivalry between England and Spain, signaling the rise of England as a major naval power. The lessons learned from the campaign influenced the tactics and strategies of future conflicts, shaping the course of European history. Yet for those who lived through the events of 1588, the memories were etched in their minds as tales of courage, suffering, and survival. The sailors of the Spanish Armada, who braved the seas in service of their king, became part of a story that transcended national boundaries, a story of humanity's enduring struggle against the forces of nature and the tides of history. In the months following the Spanish Armada's defeat, the reverberations of the campaign were felt across Europe. News of the disaster spread quickly, reshaping political alliances, bolstering England's confidence, and altering Spain's strategic ambitions. Yet the aftermath of the campaign was not merely a matter of geopolitics. It was also a deeply human story, woven from the threads of loss, resilience, and adaptation. For Spain, the return of the shattered Armada was both a logistical challenge and a symbolic crisis. The survivors, many of them malnourished, injured, and deeply demoralized, arrived in Spanish ports to a somber reception. Families gathered at the docks, searching for loved ones among the battered crews. For many, there were no reunions, only the grim realization that fathers, brothers, and sons had been lost at sea or in battle. The royal court faced a mounting public outcry. The vast resources invested in the Armada had yielded not conquest but calamity. King Philip II, whose ambitions for a united Christendom under Spanish leadership had driven the campaign, found himself confronting the limits of imperial power. Despite the public humiliation, he maintained a stoic front, framing the defeat as an act of divine will rather than strategic failure. Narrator. In England, the mood was one of triumph mixed with a cautious recognition of the challenges ahead. The defeat of the Armada did not mark the end of the war between England and Spain but rather a pivotal episode in a conflict that would continue for years. Nevertheless, Queen Elizabeth capitalized on the victory to consolidate her position at home and abroad. Elizabeth's government used the victory to foster a sense of national identity. Artists, writers, and preachers celebrated the defeat of the Armada as a testament to England's divine favor. The Queen herself became the embodiment of the nation's triumph. Portraits depicted her as a majestic figure standing over the Armada's wreckage, her gaze resolute, her power unquestionable. Yet the victory was not without cost. The English navy had suffered its own losses, and the strain on the country's finances was significant. Many sailors returned home to find little recognition or support, their sacrifices overshadowed by the grandeur of national celebrations. Narrator. The defeat of the Armada also had profound implications for the wider balance of power in Europe. Spain, though still a formidable empire, faced growing challenges to its dominance. The economic strain of maintaining its vast overseas territories and waging prolonged wars began to take its toll. Philip II's dream of subduing Protestant England and restoring Catholic supremacy in Europe dimmed in the wake of the Armada's failure. For England, the victory marked the beginning of its ascent as a naval power. The lessons learned during the campaign informed the development of its maritime strategies, laying the foundation for the empire that would emerge in the centuries to come. England's ability to defend itself against a seemingly invincible foe boosted its confidence and encouraged further exploration and colonization efforts. Narrator. The Armada's legacy extended beyond the immediate political and military consequences. In Spain, the defeat became a symbol of human frailty and the unpredictability of fate. Poets and playwrights grappled with the themes of hubris and divine justice, reflecting on the nation's loss in deeply personal terms. In England, the events of 1588 inspired a wave of cultural production. Writers such as Edmund Spenser and dramatists like William Shakespeare wove the Armada's themes of conflict, resilience, and divine intervention into their works. The imagery of the storm-lashed galleons and the bravery of the English sailors became enduring symbols of national pride. Beyond the cultural impact, the campaign left a legacy of practical knowledge. The experiences of the sailors, the innovations in ship design, and the tactics employed during the battles informed the evolution of naval warfare. Historians and strategists studied the Armada for centuries, analyzing its successes and failures to understand the dynamics of conflict at sea. Narrator. For the individuals who lived through the campaign, the Armada was a defining moment in their lives. Survivors on both sides carried the physical and emotional scars of the battles. Spanish sailors who made it back to their homeland often struggled to reintegrate into society, haunted by memories of the storms, shipwrecks, and the loss of comrades. English sailors, though celebrated as heroes, faced their own challenges. Many returned to poverty and hardship, their contributions overlooked in the broader narrative of national triumph. Yet among these men, there was a shared sense of having been part of something monumental, a battle that had shaped the destiny of nations. The personal stories of the Armada became part of a collective memory, passed down through generations. From the accounts of shipwrecked Spanish sailors finding refuge in Ireland to the tales of English captains navigating the treacherous waters of the Channel, these narratives preserved the human dimension of a grand historical event. Narrator. As the years passed, the memory of the Armada took on new meanings. In Spain, it was remembered as a moment of trial and perseverance, a testament to the resilience of the sailors and the enduring strength of the empire despite the defeat. In England, it became a cornerstone of the nation's identity, a story of triumph against overwhelming odds. The lessons of the Armada continued to resonate in the centuries that followed. It reminded future leaders of the complexities of warfare, the importance of preparation and adaptability, and the unpredictable role of nature in human affairs. The campaign served as a cautionary tale, illustrating the perils of over-reliance on a single grand strategy, and the need for flexibility in the face of changing circumstances. In the end, the Spanish Armada was more than a military campaign. It was a clash of empires, ideologies, and ambitions that shaped the course of history. The legacy of the Armada lives on, not only in the annals of history but in the enduring fascination with this dramatic episode of human endeavor and resilience. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 did not merely signify a singular military setback, it heralded a transformation in the trajectory of two nations, Spain and England, as well as the broader geopolitical landscape of Europe. The echoes of this monumental event reverberated through the decades, shaping economic policies, cultural identities, and the very perception of power in the early modern world. For Spain, the loss of the Armada was not the end of its dominance, but it was a clear indication of the challenges that lay ahead. The once invincible empire faced mounting economic and military pressures. The vast resources funneled into the Armada, ships, men, and supplies, had been devastatingly depleted. To rebuild its navy and maintain its extensive territories across the Americas and Europe, Spain had to contend with a fragile economy, stretched thin by wars and the weight of colonial administration. The psychological impact of the defeat was profound. Spain had long been regarded as the leading Catholic power, a champion of Christendom, and an unmatched military force. The Armada's failure cast a shadow over this image, both domestically and abroad. Rivals, including France and the Dutch Republic, saw an opportunity to challenge Spanish hegemony, emboldened by the cracks in its facade of invincibility. Narrator. England, on the other hand, emerged from the conflict with a newfound sense of confidence and identity. The victory over the Armada was hailed as a divine endorsement of Protestant England's survival and its resistance to Catholic Spain's ambitions. Queen Elizabeth I, already a figure of great symbolic importance, became a near mythical embodiment of England's resilience and unity. The naval triumph also spurred an era of maritime ambition for England. With the Spanish fleet humbled, English seafarers felt emboldened to explore and expand. Figures like Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh exemplified this new spirit of adventure. The English navy, now validated as a force to be reckoned with, began laying the groundwork for what would become a global maritime empire. Economically, England benefited from the disruption of Spanish dominance in trade. The victory encouraged English merchants and privateers to challenge Spanish control of the lucrative transatlantic routes. While England was not yet the global power it would become, the seeds of its future dominance were sown in the aftermath of the Armada. Narrator. Despite the apparent dichotomy of triumph and defeat, the aftermath of the Armada was complex and multifaceted for both nations. Spain, for instance, remained a powerful empire throughout the late 16th and early 17th centuries. Its vast colonies in the Americas continued to supply gold and silver, fueling its economy and sustaining its military efforts. Yet the Armada's failure exposed the vulnerabilities of an overextended empire. Spain's reliance on imported wealth from its colonies created a fragile economic foundation. Inflation, combined with the costs of maintaining a vast navy and army, strained its resources. The defeat also undermined Spain's ability to suppress the Dutch revolt, a long and costly conflict that further eroded its dominance. In England, the victory did not eliminate challenges. The war with Spain dragged on for another 15 years, punctuated by naval skirmishes and attempts to assert dominance in Ireland and the Americas. Additionally, the financial burden of maintaining defenses and supporting military campaigns left England's economy stretched thin. Narrator. On a cultural level, the legacy of the Armada became deeply ingrained in the national narratives of both Spain and England. In Spain, the defeat was often portrayed as a moment of tragic heroism. The sailors and soldiers of the Armada were remembered for their bravery and sacrifice in the face of overwhelming odds, their efforts immortalized in Spanish literature and art. In England, the victory became a cornerstone of national identity. The imagery of storm-tossed Spanish ships and the resilience of the English Navy found its way into countless ballads, plays, and sermons. The Armada was celebrated not only as a military triumph, but as a divine vindication of England's Protestant faith and its right to exist as an independent nation. This cultural memory also served political ends. Elizabethan propagandists used the victory to bolster the Queen's legitimacy and unify the kingdom. Over time, the Armada became a symbol of England's ability to stand against foreign threats, a narrative that would resurface during later conflicts such as the Napoleonic Wars and World War II. Narrator. On the broader European stage, the defeat of the Armada marked a shift in the balance of power. Spain's aura of invincibility was shattered, encouraging other nations to challenge its dominance. The Dutch Republic, for instance, continued its struggle for independence with renewed vigor, eventually establishing itself as a major naval and commercial power. For France, the Armada's defeat provided an opportunity to assert its influence in European politics. The Franco-Spanish rivalry intensified, with France emerging as a key counterbalance to Spanish ambitions. The Protestant Reformation, bolstered by England's survival, continued to reshape the religious and political map of Europe. The Armada also influenced military and naval strategies. The campaign underscored the importance of mobility, logistics, and the ability to adapt to changing conditions. Both Spain and England learned valuable lessons from the conflict, applying them to future wars and naval engagements. Narrator. For the ordinary people of Spain and England, the legacy of the Armada was deeply personal. In Spain, families mourned the loss of loved ones, while sailors who survived returned with harrowing tales of storms, shipwrecks, and battles. The defeat was a reminder of the human cost of imperial ambition. In England, the victory brought a sense of pride but also highlighted the precariousness of security. Coastal communities remained vigilant, aware that Spain might attempt another invasion. The memories of the Armada became part of the collective consciousness, shaping how the English viewed their role in the world. Over time, the Armada's legacy transcended its immediate historical context. It became a story of resilience and adaptation, a testament to the enduring struggle for power and survival in an uncertain world. The clash between Spain and England in 1588 was not just a battle of ships and cannons, it was a battle of ideals, ambitions, and the will to endure. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 echoed far beyond the immediate shores of Spain and England. The conflict had not only been a confrontation between two great naval powers, but a pivotal moment in the shaping of Europe's political and religious landscape. As Spain reeled from its devastating loss and England basked in victory, the reverberations of the battle would send ripples through the courts of France, the Netherlands, and even the distant New World. Across Europe, the balance of power shifted, and the long-standing rivalry between Catholic and Protestant nations grew ever more pronounced. The first and perhaps most obvious shift in the post-Armada period was the challenge to Spanish hegemony. Spain's ambitious imperial project, once seen as unstoppable, suddenly faced serious obstacles. Philip II's plan for the conquest of England had been foiled, but that was only one facet of his larger vision for expanding and protecting Spanish influence throughout Europe and the Americas. In Spain's wake, other powers began to question the viability of Spanish rule, especially in its ever-growing conflict with Protestantism and its struggle to maintain control over its vast overseas empire. Narrator. In the Netherlands, the victory of England over Spain emboldened the Protestant rebels fighting for their independence against Spanish rule. The Spanish crown had been embroiled in a brutal conflict for years, trying to quash the Dutch revolt, a struggle that was both political and religious in nature. The defeat of the Armada gave a much-needed boost to the morale of the Dutch, who had been suffering under Spanish oppression. English privateers, now seen as champions of the Protestant cause, increased their raids on Spanish shipping routes, weakening Spain's grip on the Netherlands. At the same time, the Dutch sought more direct help from England, forming closer ties with Elizabeth's government. The Dutch rebels were already receiving support from the English through financial aid, but after the Armada's failure, Elizabeth's support took a more direct form. England provided military assistance, and English sailors worked with Dutch forces to conduct raids on Spanish supply lines. This collaboration between England and the Netherlands would continue for years and lead to further weakening of Spain's position in the region. The defeat of the Armada, in essence, marked a turning point in the Dutch struggle for independence, one that would culminate in the eventual recognition of Dutch sovereignty in the early 17th century. Narrator: the effects were also felt strongly in France, another major Catholic power. France had been in the midst of religious civil wars between Catholics and Huguenots, Protestants, and the defeat of the Armada presented an opportunity for the Huguenots to strengthen their position. While Spain's focus on England had shifted some of its attention away from France, the Spanish crown had also supported the Catholic League in France, hoping to impose Catholic unity across the nation. The Catholic defeat at the hands of the English encouraged some factions within France to seek a more balanced approach to governance, breaking the tight grip that the Catholic League had on power. King Henry III of France, who had been caught in the middle of the conflict, saw in the Armada's failure an opportunity to reassess his strategy. He ultimately chose to seek a peace settlement with the Protestant forces, a decision that helped bring about the eventual Edict of Nantes in 1598. Which granted religious tolerance to the Huguenots. France was not free from internal strife, but the failure of Spain's naval power helped weaken the Catholic League's influence, contributing to the slow end of religious wars in France. Narrator: in Spain itself, the failure of the Armada led to internal reflections on the empire's military strategy, its leadership, and its priorities. For years, Philip II had been seen as a strategic mastermind, but the catastrophic loss of the Armada was a powerful reminder of the unpredictability of war and the limits of imperial ambition. While Philip tried to maintain a facade of control and authority, the defeat exposed a series of deep vulnerabilities within the Spanish system. Economically, the Spanish Empire was stretched thin. The costs of maintaining its vast overseas territories, stretching from the Americas to the Philippines, had drained Spain's resources. The bullion flowing from the New World was no longer enough to sustain its military ambitions, and the losses incurred by the Armada only deepened the financial crisis. Spain's reliance on gold and silver from the Americas created a dependency that proved unsustainable in the face of rising military expenses and internal unrest. Politically, the loss of the Armada did not immediately lead to rebellion or revolt, but it did contribute to the growing sense of dissatisfaction among certain segments of the Spanish population. The notion that Spain's dominance was divinely ordained, once a cornerstone of national pride, now seemed less certain. Over the next few decades, Spain would engage in costly wars in the Netherlands and France, further depleting its resources. The defeat of the Armada served as a clear warning of the challenges to come for an empire that had overextended itself. Narrator: across the Atlantic, the defeat of the Armada also had profound implications for Spain's colonial empire. With the English navy now proven capable of defending its shores and threatening Spain's sea lanes, Spain began to face challenges in its control over the vast New World territories it had so recently expanded. The English began raiding Spanish ships and settlements with greater frequency, and privateers like Sir Francis Drake became notorious for their attacks on Spanish possessions. Spain's ability to protect its colonies was increasingly compromised, leading to a shift in the balance of power in the Americas. This growing English presence in the Caribbean and the Americas, born of the success of the Armada's defeat, would eventually pave the way for English colonization in the New World. The foundations of what would later become the British Empire in the Americas were being laid in the years that followed, as England's attention turned to the establishment of colonies that would rival Spain's vast dominion in the Western Hemisphere. Narrator: Despite Spain's military and economic setbacks, the defeat of the Armada was far from the end of its role as a world power. Spain's vast colonial wealth would continue to fuel its empire for years, and although it was no longer the preeminent naval force in Europe, it still remained a significant military power, especially on land. Its influence would continue to be felt across Europe and the Americas for many decades to come, though its decline would be a slow and agonizing process, as it continued to fight both internal and external battles. For England, the immediate effects were more positive. The defeat of the Armada boosted Elizabeth's prestige both at home and abroad, and it elevated England's status in European politics. It was also a signal to the Protestant world that Catholic powers, especially Spain, were not invincible. Elizabeth's reign, though filled with challenges, would be marked by the continuing rise of England as a naval power. The defeat of the Armada had secured England's survival and protected the Protestant faith in the country for the time being. Narrator: In the broader sweep of history, the defeat of the Spanish Armada is seen as a pivotal moment in the rise of modern European geopolitics. The shift in the balance of naval power, the disruption of Spain's imperial ambitions, and the strategic success of England would shape the political landscape of Europe for centuries. The maritime revolution that began with this conflict would continue throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, as naval warfare and exploration became central to the success of emerging empires. The clash between the Spanish Empire and the Kingdom of England in 1588 was not merely a battle of ships and soldiers. It was a battle of ideologies, cultures, and ambitions. Its impact can still be felt in the legacy of the nations that clashed in those stormy seas, their fates intertwined forever in the history of the world. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 became one of the defining events of the late 16th century, not only for the political and military changes it ushered in but also for the profound impact it had on European culture. Over the centuries, the story of the Armada's rise and fall would be immortalized in literature, art, and popular imagination. Its legacy would shape how future generations understood both the idea of empire and the power of the sea. The most immediate cultural reaction came from England. The Spanish Armada was seen by Elizabethan England as a near-mythic confrontation between two worldviews: Protestantism versus Catholicism, liberty versus tyranny. In this context, the defeat of the Armada was viewed as a miraculous victory, one granted by divine intervention. It was a narrative crafted by poets, playwrights, and chroniclers that elevated the event to an almost sacred level in English national identity. Elizabeth's leadership and the English Navy's triumph became symbols of national pride and resistance. Narrator: The earliest artistic representations of the Spanish Armada's defeat were, unsurprisingly, works of national propaganda. Playwrights like Edmund Spenser, in his epic poem The Faerie Queene, used the victory over the Armada to symbolize England's superiority over Catholic Spain and its divine right to remain sovereign and Protestant. Through allegory and imagery, Spenser presented Elizabeth as a heroic figure in the struggle against the forces of darkness represented by Spain. For Spenser and others, the defeat was not just a military triumph. It was proof of England's unique moral and divine standing. The poem was just one example of how literature played a role in shaping the national narrative. In addition to works of poetry and drama, ballads celebrating the defeat of the Armada became popular throughout England. These songs often depicted the courage of English sailors and the divine favor bestowed upon Elizabeth and her navy. The imagery of Spanish ships being overwhelmed by stormy seas or sunk by the English fleet became symbolic of the defeat of Catholic tyranny. These ballads were performed in public squares and around village hearths, ingraining the story of the Armada in the minds of everyday people. Narrator: Elizabeth herself became an icon of both the Protestant cause and the English national spirit. Her image, now forever associated with the triumph over the Armada, was a central feature of her reign. Portraits of the Queen began to appear in almost every English household, often with symbolic representations of her role as the defender of England's independence and faith. In these portraits, Elizabeth was depicted not only as a ruler but as a divinely inspired protector, the heroic figure who had saved England from the clutches of the powerful Spanish Empire. One famous example is the Armada portrait, in which Elizabeth is shown in resplendent royal regalia, her hand resting on a globe symbolizing England's global ambitions. Behind her, the defeated Spanish fleet is depicted in the form of wrecked ships, which are visually symbolic of Spain's downfall. This image, more than any other, solidified Elizabeth as the heroic figure who had ensured the survival of Protestant England. Narrator: While the English celebrated their victory through poems, plays, and portraits, the Spanish had a very different reaction. The defeat of the Armada was a blow not only to Spain's military might but to its national pride. In the years following the failure, Spain struggled to come to terms with the loss. While the Spanish court maintained a facade of optimism, the nation's intellectuals, artists, and writers faced the hard reality of a wounded national identity. For some, the loss of the Armada served as a humbling reminder of the limits of imperial ambition. Spain had been at the apex of its power, a global empire stretching from the Americas to the Philippines, and yet it had been bested by a small island nation. Spain's subsequent loss of political and military supremacy within Europe was reflected in the art of the period, as well. Spanish artists, like their counterparts in other nations, began to depict the growing uncertainty of Spain's future. Narrator: The legacy of the Armada continued to shape Spanish art and literature in the following years, but with a far more somber tone. Writers such as the famed dramatist Lope de Vega and the poet Garcilaso de la Vega began to explore themes of honor, loss, and the fragility of empire in their works. The Spanish literary world of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, marked by the rise of the Spanish Golden Age, reflected a nation grappling with the repercussions of its defeat. In the visual arts, the impact of the Armada was less direct but still noticeable. While Spanish art continued to flourish with the works of El Greco, Velázquez, and others, there was a growing sense of introspection, a reflection on Spain's place in the world. The sublime imagery of Spain's once dominant imperial status began to be counterbalanced by representations of Spain's decline, offering a more complex view of its political and cultural identity. Narrator: Beyond Spain and England, the defeat of the Armada also had a lasting impact on European literary and artistic traditions. The Armada was a subject that captured the imagination of writers and artists across Europe. The epic battle between Spain and England became a symbol of the larger ideological struggle between Catholicism and Protestantism that had dominated much of the 16th century. In France, where Catholicism had been a major force, the defeat was interpreted as a turning point in the religious conflicts that had engulfed the country. The Armada's failure was seen by many as a sign that God had not favored Spain's attempts to impose Catholicism on Protestant England, which only encouraged the Huguenot movement in France. This religious dynamic was reflected in the works of French poets and dramatists, who used the Armada's defeat as a symbol of the triumph of Protestant ideals over Catholic oppression. In the Netherlands, too, the Armada became a symbol of resistance against Spanish rule. The Dutch, who had been engaged in a bitter war for independence from Spain, saw the defeat of the Armada as a victory for their own struggle. The Armada was immortalized in Dutch literature and art as a representation of the power of the oppressed to rise up against tyranny. Narrator: Perhaps the most enduring legacy of the Spanish Armada lies in the way it was woven into the collective consciousness of the Western world. Over the centuries, the story of the Armada's rise and fall would take on a life of its own, becoming part of a larger narrative about the clash of civilizations, the rise and fall of empires, and the fragility of human ambition. The image of the Spanish fleet being scattered by storms or destroyed by English cannon fire has become an iconic representation of the dangers of overreaching ambition. For many, the defeat of the Armada remains a potent symbol of the challenges that even the greatest powers must face when they attempt to impose their will upon others. It is a story of defiance against overwhelming odds and the unpredictable nature of warfare, where fortune, fate, and divine will often determine the outcome. Narrator: As centuries passed, the story of the Spanish Armada would continue to be told, retold, and reinterpreted. It would appear in novels, films, and documentaries, each generation finding new meaning in the events of 1588. In the modern era, the defeat of the Armada is remembered not just as a historical event, but as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the unpredictability of history and the fragility of even the most powerful empires. The story of the Spanish Armada, from its construction to its ultimate defeat, remains one of the most dramatic chapters in European history. It is a story of ambition, hubris, and the will to power, of nations rising and falling in the turbulent seas of history. Its legacy continues to shape the cultures and identities of Spain, England, and Europe to this very day. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 marked not the end of Spain's ambitions, but rather a dramatic shift in the power dynamics of Europe and the world. The immediate aftermath of the battle reverberated through the courts of Europe, influencing both the internal politics of nations and the larger geopolitical landscape. The Spanish defeat not only caused a temporary retreat in Spanish naval dominance but also had profound implications for both English and Spanish ambitions on the global stage. At the heart of this shift was the dramatic impact the defeat had on Spain's resources. The Armada's failure was a crushing blow to Spanish morale, and the repercussions were not just political or military but deeply economic as well. Spain had already been stretched thin financially, with its vast empire demanding resources from both the Americas and Europe. The resources poured into the construction of the Armada, and the costly failure only worsened Spain's precarious financial situation. Narrator: for Spain, the loss of the Armada was part of a larger series of military setbacks that would lead to a long decline. While Spain still held vast territories in the New World and across Europe, it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain this sprawling empire. The defeat of the Armada underscored the growing challenges that the Spanish crown faced in its struggle to preserve its imperial control. Though the loss was not immediately fatal, it set off a series of military, economic, and political consequences that would shape Spain's future for the next century. One of the more immediate outcomes of the defeat was the loss of Spain's naval superiority over the English. Prior to 1588, Spain's navy was regarded as the most powerful in the world. But the decimation of the Armada forced Spain to rebuild its fleet, an endeavor that would take years and drain much-needed resources. Moreover, Spain's loss of naval dominance in the North Sea and the English Channel would embolden other maritime nations, particularly the Dutch and the French, to challenge Spain's hegemonic influence on the seas. Narrator: the rise of the English navy following the defeat of the Armada was one of the most significant shifts in European geopolitics. The English victory over the Spanish fleet boosted England's reputation as a formidable naval power, opening the door for England to expand its reach on the world stage. Elizabeth I's England, buoyed by the triumph of her fleet, began to assert itself more aggressively in international trade and exploration. In the decades that followed, English privateers such as Sir Francis Drake and Walter Raleigh targeted Spanish shipping, plundering the riches that Spain transported from the Americas. The decline of Spain's control over the seas allowed England to increase its maritime presence in the Caribbean, in the Americas, and along trade routes in Africa and Asia. But it wasn't just privateering that flourished in the aftermath. The English navy, emboldened by its success, started to push back against Spain's presence in Europe, launching raids and seeking opportunities to expand England's influence, especially in the Netherlands. Spain's failure in 1588 weakened its ability to maintain control over its territories in the Low Countries, and England was soon drawn deeper into the complex web of Dutch resistance against Spanish occupation. Narrator: for the Dutch, the defeat of the Armada was a cause for celebration and a significant morale boost in their ongoing revolt against Spanish rule. The Dutch War of Independence, which had been dragging on for years, took on new momentum following Spain's humiliating loss. The defeat at the hands of the English was a clear indication to the Dutch that Spain was not invincible. In fact, many historians consider the victory over the Armada to be a turning point in the Dutch struggle for independence, as the once seemingly insurmountable power of Spain was now visibly weakened. The victory inspired further resistance within the Spanish-occupied territories, and England, along with France, provided more direct support to the Dutch cause. Military collaboration between the English and the Dutch intensified in the years following 1588, and England became an increasingly vital ally in the Dutch fight for independence. The struggle, however, would continue for decades, with Spain fighting to maintain its grip over the rebellious provinces. Yet, the defeat of the Armada had altered the balance of power enough to shift the tides in favor of the Dutch, who would eventually secure their independence in the early 17th century. Narrator: the failure of the Spanish Armada also affected Spain's political strategy in France. Spain's ambition to install a Catholic ruler in France, through its support of the Catholic League and the potential marriage between Philip II's daughter and the French throne, began to falter. Spain's loss in the Armada and its increasing military and economic problems in the Netherlands weakened its influence in French politics. Meanwhile, the French wars of religion continued, but the Spanish defeat signaled a growing shift in the international balance of power. The French king, Henry IV, who had earlier converted to Catholicism, would go on to bring stability to France with the Edict of Nantes in 1598, further weakening the Catholic League and Spain's influence. At the same time, the defeat of the Armada did not eliminate the religious and ideological conflicts that had defined European politics in the 16th century. The rise of Protestant powers, particularly England and the Netherlands, was a continued source of tension for Catholic Spain. Spain's desire to reassert its dominance and crush Protestantism remained a driving force behind its policies, but the events of 1588 had clearly demonstrated that this was no longer an achievable goal. Spain's focus on suppressing Protestant uprisings would continue to drain its resources in the decades following the Armada's defeat, leaving it vulnerable to challenges both within and beyond its borders. Narrator: on the global stage, the consequences of the defeat would become more apparent as European powers began to carve up the New World. Spain's diminished naval power allowed England and other nations to compete more directly for colonial territories. This had significant implications for the future of global trade and imperialism. English settlers began to establish colonies in the Americas, first in Virginia and later along the eastern seaboard, while the Spanish crown struggled to maintain its control over its vast territories. In the long term, the defeat of the Armada set the stage for a new era of competition among European maritime powers. While Spain continued to hold vast territories in the Americas and Asia, its relative decline in naval power meant that it could no longer project the same level of influence in global trade. The 17th century saw the rise of England as a major colonial power, one that would eventually compete with Spain and other European empires for control over vast swaths of the New World. Narrator: the ultimate legacy of the Spanish Armada, however, was not simply a military defeat, but a transformation in the way Europe viewed itself in relation to the rest of the world. The defeat demonstrated the volatility of empires, the fragility of absolute power, and the uncertainty that came with the constant struggle for supremacy on the world stage. Spain, once thought to be untouchable, had shown itself to be vulnerable. England, once a relatively minor kingdom, had proven its might. For other European powers, the defeat marked a dramatic shift in their perception of their own possibilities on the global stage. The consequences of the Armada's defeat would be felt for decades, even centuries, shaping European politics, religion, and culture. It signaled the rise of new powers, the decline of old ones, and set in motion a series of events that would define the modern age of exploration and imperial competition. In the end, the defeat of the Spanish Armada was a moment of monumental change. It marked the decline of Spain's dominance and the emergence of new global powers. It redefined the geopolitical landscape of Europe and laid the groundwork for the European colonial ventures that would dominate the next few centuries. The Battle of Gravelines, fought on the 8th of August 1588, was the pivotal moment in the conflict between Spain and England that had been brewing for years. This was the climax of the Spanish Armada's ill-fated mission to invade England and bring an end to what Spain perceived as the heretical and rebellious Protestant state. The battle, which took place in the waters off the coast of northern France, was a crucial turning point that determined the fate of the Armada and altered the course of history. At the heart of this moment stood two vastly different naval forces: the imposing fleet of Philip II of Spain, a collection of over 130 ships intended to carry out a grand invasion of England, and the nimble and agile English fleet, under the command of Lord Charles Howard, with Sir Francis Drake and others in key roles. The stage was set for a battle that would echo through the annals of history as a symbol of resistance, resilience, and the shifting balance of power in Europe. Narrator: The night of August 7, 1588, saw the Spanish Armada, having sailed up the Channel, anchored in a line along the coast of the French city of Gravelines. The Armada had been sailing since early July, gathering strength, facing storms, and engaging in skirmishes with the English navy. Spain's grand plan had been to make landfall in England, join forces with the Catholic English rebels, and overthrow Queen Elizabeth I's Protestant regime. But it was already clear that this ambitious strategy would soon face insurmountable challenges. The Armada had already been battered by adverse weather and strategic mishaps. The fleet, which was designed to carry troops and supplies for a successful invasion, was not suited for prolonged naval engagements. The English fleet, in contrast, was faster, more maneuverable, and far better suited to skirmishes on the open sea. The Spanish fleet's heavy galleons were designed for battle but not for speed or agility. The two fleets, then, were destined to clash at Gravelines under extraordinarily tense and precarious circumstances. Narrator: The night before the battle, the Armada had been caught off guard by a fierce wind, which pushed them closer to the English fleet. The winds were a factor that would play an enormous role in the conflict to come. With their ships pushed towards the English forces and in disarray from previous days of sailing through storms, the Spanish Armada was forced to prepare for an encounter sooner than anticipated. The English fleet, under Lord Howard's command, was aware of the incoming Spanish threat and had positioned itself for action. Lord Howard was a seasoned commander, having already gained considerable experience in previous naval engagements against Spain and its allies. His fleet, which numbered around 150 ships, was ready for battle. With the wind in their favor and their fleet well prepared, the English were poised to engage the Spanish Armada in what would be one of the most significant naval battles in history. The English fleet was divided into 3 divisions, led by Lord Howard, Sir Francis Drake, and Sir John Hawkins. Their ships were armed with long-range cannons, and they were well versed in the tactics of maneuvering and exploiting the wind to their advantage. As the Spanish Armada approached Gravelines, the English moved swiftly into position. Narrator: At dawn on the morning of August 8th, the battle began in earnest. The Spanish fleet, though vastly larger and more formidable in size, was ill prepared for the tactics the English would employ. The English navy, with its lighter and more nimble ships, was able to maintain a distance from the Spanish fleet, allowing them to fire their cannons while remaining out of reach of the heavier Spanish guns. The wind, ever present in the conflict, would play a pivotal role in the unfolding drama. The Armada's formation, which had been designed for an invasion and not for combat at sea, soon began to fall apart. As the winds pushed the Spanish ships towards the English lines, they were forced into a defensive formation. The Spanish commanders tried to create a solid line to defend themselves from the English, but the wind and the actions of the English navy made it increasingly difficult to maintain any form of coherent battle plan. Narrator: The English, realizing that their smaller ships could outmaneuver the Spanish, began their attack with calculated precision. The English ships, though fewer in number, were equipped with long-range artillery that could hit the larger Spanish galleons from a distance. While the Spanish ships were much more heavily armed with cannon, they lacked the mobility needed to match the English ships. This tactical difference played a crucial role in the outcome of the battle. The Spanish galleons were forced into a disorganized retreat. The battle raged for hours, with the English fleet engaging the Armada from multiple angles, exploiting the gaps in the Spanish formation. The Spanish were unable to bring their full strength to bear on the English fleet, as the wind continued to push their ships away from the battle. Narrator: As the day wore on, the Spanish Armada found itself in dire straits. The winds continued to work against them, and their ships were being destroyed or forced to retreat. The Spanish were desperately trying to regroup, but it was too late. The English navy's superior tactics and the wind had already caused enough damage. The Spanish ships, once thought to be invincible, were now scattered and vulnerable. The battle culminated in a chaotic scene off the coast of Gravelines, where the Spanish Armada's ships were either sunk, forced to retreat, or scattered across the English Channel. The English, having inflicted significant damage on the Spanish fleet, pursued the retreating ships, but the battle had already been decided. The Spanish Armada, the greatest naval fleet in the world at the time, had been broken by the swifter and more maneuverable English ships, aided by favorable winds and superior tactics. Narrator: The aftermath of the Battle of Gravelines was a momentous one. Spain had failed in its mission to invade England, and the hopes of Philip II of a swift victory over his Protestant rival had been dashed. The loss of the Armada marked the beginning of the end for Spain's naval dominance. Though the Spanish still held considerable military power in Europe, the Armada's defeat would prove to be a critical turning point. The consequences of the battle were not merely military, they were deeply political and symbolic. The defeat of the Armada had emboldened Protestant Europe and demonstrated the vulnerability of even the most powerful Catholic monarchs. The English, having repelled the Armada, now saw themselves as the defenders of Protestantism, a status that would influence European politics for years to come. For Spain, the loss was devastating. The defeat of the Armada had been seen as a divine punishment for Philip's attempt to conquer England and impose Catholicism by force. Narrator: The impact of the battle extended far beyond the immediate military consequences. In Spain, the defeat sparked a period of reflection and re-evaluation. Spain, though still powerful in many ways, began to experience a decline in its international standing. For England, the victory was a vindication of their religious and political ideals. Elizabeth I's leadership was further cemented in the hearts and minds of her people, and England began to rise as a dominant maritime power. The defeat of the Armada marked the beginning of a new era. The shift in naval power would have far-reaching effects on global trade, exploration, and colonial expansion. It also demonstrated the shifting tides of history, the end of one empire's dominance and the rise of another. In the centuries that followed, the Battle of Gravelines and the defeat of the Spanish Armada would remain a key moment in the collective memory of both England and Spain. The story of the battle became enshrined in both nations' histories, celebrated as a victory in England and remembered as a tragic defeat in Spain. It would serve as a reminder of the volatile nature of imperial ambitions and the unforeseen forces that can turn the tide of history. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, though a significant military blow to Spain, was far more than a mere naval defeat. It reverberated across Europe, altering the political, economic, and military landscapes of the late 16th century. The event was a turning point that reshaped alliances, weakened imperial ambitions, and instigated a period of intense reflection and adaptation for both Spain and England. What unfolded after the defeat was a series of ripple effects, as the balance of power in Europe began to shift dramatically. The immediate political consequences of the defeat were felt most strongly in Spain, the once undisputed power in Europe. King Philip II, who had banked much of his future success on the Armada's invasion of England, faced immense pressure from his court, military leaders, and the Spanish people. The failure of such a vast military operation led to widespread disappointment, anger, and a re-evaluation of Spain's priorities. The defeat not only diminished Spain's military prestige but also exposed the vulnerabilities of its vast empire, which was already struggling under the weight of overextension, fiscal strain, and internal strife. Narrator: In the years following the battle, Spain's attention turned inward. The immediate loss in naval power, especially in the face of an increasingly assertive England, revealed the cracks in Spain's imperial facade. Despite still controlling vast territories across Europe and the Americas, Spain found itself stretched thin, attempting to maintain its grip over distant colonies and fronts. The defeat of the Armada put Spain on the defensive, both on the seas and in Europe. The once seemingly unstoppable Spanish military juggernaut was now seen as vulnerable, and its dominance of the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, and the newly established trade routes to the Americas was increasingly contested by rival European powers. The financial and human cost of the Armada's defeat weighed heavily on the Spanish crown. In the aftermath, King Philip II struggled to manage Spain's burgeoning debt. The Spanish Empire, which had enjoyed immense wealth from its colonies in the Americas, found itself in an economic crisis. The costs of maintaining such a vast empire, coupled with the loss of vital resources after the Armada's destruction, led to a drain on Spain's economy that would persist for years. Philip's ongoing war in the Netherlands, his continued efforts to suppress Protestantism, and the demands of maintaining his overseas empire would all add to the financial strain. Narrator: beyond Spain's borders, the defeat of the Armada created ripples that would change the trajectory of European politics. One of the most immediate beneficiaries of Spain's failure was England, which emerged from the battle with renewed prestige, confidence, and military prowess. Elizabeth I's reign was solidified, and her leadership was seen as divinely sanctioned, especially in the eyes of her Protestant subjects. The victory was perceived not just as a military triumph but as a vindication of England's Protestant identity in the face of Catholic opposition. England's newly established naval strength allowed it to challenge Spain's hegemony at sea. The Spanish loss, and the failure to launch a successful invasion of England, would mark the end of Spanish dominance over the English Channel, leaving the way open for English expansion. English privateers such as Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh, emboldened by the success of the English Navy, ramped up their raids on Spanish treasure fleets and settlements in the Americas, bringing wealth back to England's coffers. This, in turn, allowed England to enter the ranks of the emerging colonial powers. The defeat also led to a period of intensifying English exploration and colonization. Queen Elizabeth, bolstered by her victory, began to assert English influence more aggressively, seeking to rival Spain's colonial ambitions in the New World. English naval expeditions began to encroach on Spanish-controlled territories, especially in the Caribbean and along the American coastline. England's growing power at sea, propelled by its newfound naval experience, set the stage for future colonial endeavors and the eventual rise of the British Empire. Narrator: another significant consequence of the defeat was the changing relationship between Spain and its allies. The battle had been seen by many across Catholic Europe as a crusade to rid the world of Protestant heresy, and Spain had rallied the support of several Catholic nations, including the papacy. But Spain's defeat in 1588 put a damper on this alliance. Though Catholic powers like France and the papacy remained allies of Spain, the failure of the Armada sowed seeds of doubt within the Catholic camp about Spain's ability to deliver on its promises. France, embroiled in its own internal religious conflict between Catholics and Protestants, began to distance itself from Spain. While France was still technically aligned with Spain in their opposition to English Protestantism, the failure of the Armada caused the French to reevaluate their relationship with their Iberian neighbor. France would go on to pursue its own interests in the coming years, as it sought to assert itself as a major European power in the face of Spain's waning influence. The papacy, too, was forced to reconsider its relationship with Spain. The failure of the Armada meant that Spain could not deliver the death blow to Protestant England, leaving the Catholic Church to look elsewhere for allies in its ongoing struggle against Protestantism. The papacy had, for years, relied heavily on Spain to carry out the Catholic Counter-Reformation, but the Armada's defeat made it clear that Spain's military power was no longer a guarantee of Catholic victory. In the years that followed, the papacy would seek to rebuild its alliances, looking more to France, Austria, and other Catholic powers for support. Narrator: simultaneously, the defeat of the Armada also allowed the Dutch to gain momentum in their long-running struggle for independence from Spain. The Dutch revolt, which had begun nearly 20 years earlier, had been steadily gaining ground. The weakening of Spanish naval power meant that the Spanish could no longer effectively supply or support their forces in the rebellious Low Countries. The Dutch, who had long seen themselves as a bastion of Protestantism and a target for Spanish persecution, recognized that they now had a unique opportunity to further their independence from Spain. In the wake of the Armada's defeat, the Dutch were able to further their military and political gains, particularly with the aid of English support. English intervention in the Low Countries and naval attacks against Spanish supply lines significantly weakened Spain's ability to maintain its hold over the region. The Netherlands would eventually declare independence in 1648, but the seeds of this eventual triumph were planted in the years following the Armada's defeat. Narrator: the Spanish Armada's failure also shifted the religious and ideological dynamics of Europe. The Protestant Reformation, which had already taken root across much of northern Europe, gained further momentum after the defeat. Spain's failure to defeat Protestant England was seen by many as a divine vindication of the Protestant cause. England, more confident than ever, continued to spread Protestantism throughout its empire, while the Catholic powers, reeling from the failure, began to look for new ways to combat the Protestant movement. The conflict between Catholicism and Protestantism, which had raged for much of the 16th century, was far from over, but the Armada's defeat marked a significant blow to Catholic hopes of reasserting religious control over the entirety of Europe. Narrator: while the Spanish Armada's defeat in 1588 was a singular event, its implications echoed across Europe for generations. The loss not only marked the decline of Spain as the dominant naval power but also shifted the global balance of power. Spain's empire, though vast, would begin its slow decline, facing internal strife, financial instability, and military overreach. England, on the other hand, would rise to prominence as a naval power, setting the stage for future colonial expansion and the establishment of the British Empire. The defeat was a reminder of the impermanence of empire. It proved that even the most powerful of monarchs and the most formidable of fleets could be undone by a combination of tactical brilliance, the vagaries of weather, and the strength of national spirit. The Spanish Armada, despite its grandeur and ambition, became a symbol of hubris and overreach. The battle marked a decisive turning point in European history, one that would have far-reaching consequences, not only for Spain and England but for the entire world. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 marked more than just the end of one of the most ambitious military campaigns in history. It also signaled the beginning of a profound shift in the global balance of power. Spain, once the undisputed dominant naval force in the world, found itself on the defensive, while England emerged as a rising maritime power. The implications of the defeat would reverberate across the centuries, affecting not only the political and economic landscapes of Europe but also the wider world. This moment in history laid the groundwork for the imperial ambitions that would shape the modern era. The immediate aftermath of the defeat saw Spain in a state of shock and introspection. Philip II's carefully orchestrated plan to invade England had collapsed, and the ramifications were devastating. Spain's once vaunted naval supremacy had been shattered, and the military costs of such a large-scale failure threatened to push Spain into a fiscal crisis. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed invincible just a few years earlier, now faced the stark reality of its vulnerability. The Spanish monarchy, deeply invested in its overseas empire, now found itself stretched thin. The resources required to maintain such a vast and far-flung empire, spanning across Europe, the Americas, and parts of Asia, were immense, and the failure of the Armada exposed the weaknesses in Spain's ability to project power. Though Spain would continue to be a significant European power for decades to come, the loss of naval supremacy would significantly diminish its capacity to influence global affairs. Narrator: while Spain reeled from its defeat, England experienced a remarkable resurgence in both national pride and international standing. The triumph over the Armada had a profound effect on England's confidence, cementing Queen Elizabeth I's position as one of the most celebrated monarchs of her era. The victory, both military and symbolic, ensured the survival of Protestantism in England and made Elizabeth a hero among her people. The English victory over the Armada was more than just a defensive victory against a foreign invader. It became the foundation upon which England's future maritime and colonial ambitions were built. The defeat of the Spanish Armada provided a sense of legitimacy and divine favor for the Protestant cause, strengthening the resolve of Protestant nations throughout Europe. The victory also signaled the rise of England as a significant naval power, capable of challenging Spain and other European powers at sea. In the wake of the battle, Elizabeth I's government took full advantage of the momentum generated by the victory. England's naval strategy was redefined, and the country began to pour resources into expanding its navy. English shipbuilding techniques improved, and the British Navy began to embrace more advanced tactics that focused on speed, agility, and long-range artillery. The defeat of the Armada marked the beginning of an era in which England would dominate the seas, eventually establishing the largest empire the world had ever seen. Narrator. One of the most immediate effects of the Armada's defeat was the surge in English privateering. During the conflict, English captains such as Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Hawkins had already made their mark by raiding Spanish ships and ports. With the Spanish fleet in disarray, the stage was set for these English privateers to embark on a series of bold raids on Spanish holdings in the Americas. The English had, for decades, been engaging in the lucrative business of privateering, and the defeat of the Armada emboldened them to strike harder and with greater impunity. Drake, whose exploits had already earned him fame, became a national hero. His raids on Spanish settlements and treasure fleets devastated Spain's economy and undermined its control over vital trade routes to the Americas. The wealth that flowed into England as a result of these raids helped fund the country's growing military ambitions, allowing it to expand its navy even further. With Spain distracted by its losses and internal struggles, England seized the opportunity to establish its own colonial ventures, beginning with the establishment of a foothold in the Americas. The growing English presence in the Americas signaled the beginning of a shift in global power dynamics. By the early 17th century, England would lay the foundation for what would eventually become the British Empire. The defeat of the Spanish Armada and the subsequent rise of English maritime power were intrinsically linked, and England's successful engagement in global trade and colonization was deeply shaped by the events of 1588. Narrator. For Spain, however, the aftermath of the Armada's defeat was a difficult period of reflection and loss. Philip II, though he retained his position as king, never fully recovered from the embarrassment of the Armada's failure. His reputation, both at home and abroad, suffered immensely. The Spanish monarchy, despite its continued dominance on land in parts of Europe, lost much of its prestige on the world stage. It was a blow that would have far-reaching consequences, both for Spain and for its empire. Spain's attempts to rebuild its fleet in the wake of the Armada's defeat were hampered by ongoing financial difficulties. The costs of maintaining the empire, the continuing war with the Dutch, and the need to maintain a presence in Italy and the Americas drained Spain's coffers. The once great naval fleet was slow to recover, and Spanish dominance at sea was gradually eroded by rising powers like England and the Dutch Republic. The Spanish Empire would go on to survive for another century, but the cracks in its foundation had been exposed. Spain's decline as the dominant maritime power in Europe would open the door for other nations to rise in prominence. The Spanish monarchy's attempts to assert control over its colonies would face increasing challenges, particularly as English, Dutch, and French privateers and settlers encroached on Spanish territories. Narrator. Meanwhile, the defeat of the Armada did not just have military and economic ramifications, it also had a profound impact on the cultural and ideological climate of Europe. The battle became a symbol of Protestant resistance against Catholic aggression. In England, the defeat was seen as a divine victory, reinforcing the Protestant identity of the nation and further entrenching the division between Catholic and Protestant Europe. The battle's outcome bolstered England's sense of self-worth and justified its continued defiance of Catholic Spain. The defeat of the Armada also marked a significant moment in the history of religious conflict. While the immediate political landscape was shaped by the aftermath of the battle, the long-term effects on religion were just as profound. The triumph of Protestantism over Catholicism in England would inspire Protestant movements throughout Europe. The defeat undermined the authority of the Catholic Church and exposed the fragility of Catholic dominance in Europe. For Spain, this was a bitter realization. Its great military endeavor to crush Protestantism had failed, and the battle's outcome reinforced the growing divide between the Catholic and Protestant worlds. Narrator. The lasting legacy of the Spanish Armada is, in many ways, the story of the fragility of empire. While Spain's imperial ambitions were vast, its defeat at the hands of a smaller, more agile fleet marked the beginning of the end of its maritime supremacy. The loss of the Armada symbolized the limits of even the most powerful empires. In the centuries that followed, Spain would continue to be a significant player on the European stage, but its naval prowess would never again match the heights it had reached during the 16th century. On the other hand, the English victory laid the groundwork for an empire that would come to dominate the world. The defeat of the Spanish Armada allowed England to claim its place in the annals of history as a maritime power. This new prominence would eventually lead to the establishment of colonies around the globe, a network of trade routes, and a military presence that would define the British Empire for centuries to come. The Battle of Gravelines and the subsequent defeat of the Spanish Armada were not merely the end of a naval campaign, they were the beginning of a new era in European and world history. The Spanish Empire, for all its power and wealth, was undone by its overreach, while England rose to prominence. The consequences of the battle are still felt today, as the world continues to reflect on how this pivotal moment changed the course of history. The aftermath of the Spanish Armada's defeat continued to shape naval strategies and military doctrine in both Spain and England for decades to come. What had initially seemed like a straightforward triumph for the English became a pivotal moment in the evolution of naval warfare. The lessons learned on both sides of the conflict would significantly influence the tactics, ship designs, and strategic priorities of future generations of sailors and military leaders across Europe. For Spain, the loss was a wake-up call. The once formidable Spanish navy, which had ruled the waves for most of the 16th century, found itself fundamentally challenged. Though Spain would continue to hold significant territories across Europe and the Americas, the aftermath of the Armada's failure proved that even the mightiest of empires was vulnerable to the changing tides of warfare. Spain's attempt to use the sheer size and strength of the Armada against England had been based on assumptions of overwhelming force. The defeat exposed the vulnerability of such an approach, and the Spanish navy, in the years following the battle, would struggle to adapt to new methods of naval combat. Narrator. The Armada's defeat revealed the critical importance of agility and maneuverability in naval warfare. The Spanish, relying on large, heavily armed ships, known as galleons, had failed to counter the more nimble and fast-moving English ships. The English fleet, though smaller in number, relied on speed, precision, and long-range artillery, which allowed them to maintain the advantage throughout the engagement. English ships, led by Admiral Howard and Vice Admiral Drake, had been able to outmaneuver the Spanish vessels, preventing them from using their superior firepower effectively. The sheer size of the Spanish fleet, combined with the slow and cumbersome tactics employed by its commanders, left it ill-prepared to deal with the flexible and aggressive tactics of the English. In the years after the Armada, Spain was forced to reconsider its naval strategy. Philip II's government began to focus more on modernization, pushing for the development of smaller, more maneuverable ships that could better withstand the challenges posed by increasingly agile enemies. However, Spain struggled to adapt quickly enough. The cost of rebuilding and the ongoing demands of maintaining its overseas empire in the Americas meant that Spain's naval innovations were slow and often ineffective. The Spanish navy, once the undisputed ruler of the seas, had been left playing catch-up to the more dynamic and modern fleets of rival powers like England and the Dutch Republic. One of the most significant consequences for Spain was the decline of its dominance over the seas of the Americas. The failure of the Armada exposed the vulnerability of Spain's vast colonial holdings. The loss of naval supremacy meant that Spain's communication and trade routes were now at risk. The Spanish treasure fleets, which had long brought vast riches from the New World to Spain, were increasingly vulnerable to attacks from English privateers, Dutch pirates, and French corsairs. By the early 17th century, Spain's grip on its American colonies had started to weaken, leading to further challenges in defending its empire. Narrator. In stark contrast, the English navy, bolstered by the victory over the Armada, embarked on a period of rapid innovation and expansion. The success of the English fleet, with its emphasis on speed, tactical flexibility, and long-range gunnery, set a new standard for naval warfare. Queen Elizabeth I's government quickly recognized the need to capitalize on the momentum created by the defeat of the Spanish Armada. The English navy was dramatically reorganized, and significant resources were allocated to expanding and modernizing the fleet. Admiral Sir Francis Drake, whose daring raids had already made him a national hero, became one of the leading figures in the development of England's new naval doctrine. He and other English naval commanders pushed for the construction of faster, more maneuverable ships equipped with long-range cannons capable of delivering devastating firepower. This shift in naval strategy reflected a broader understanding that the strength of a navy was no longer solely determined by its numbers but by the skill of its sailors and the quality of its vessels. The idea of the warship evolved, moving away from the massive, cumbersome galleons of the past towards smaller, more efficient vessels capable of both striking quickly and surviving in combat. The Battle of Gravelines and the defeat of the Armada had also shown England the importance of a strong and well-trained naval crew. The English sailors, many of whom had already gained experience fighting in the English Channel and against Spanish forces in the years leading up to 1588, displayed a high level of tactical discipline and professionalism during the battle. In the years following the Armada, England invested heavily in the training and upkeep of its sailors. A well-disciplined, highly skilled crew became just as important as the ship they sailed. The English naval fleet would continue to improve its efficiency, tactics, and naval education, setting a standard that would dominate the seas for centuries. Narrator. One of the most remarkable aspects of England's naval rise in the aftermath of the Armada was the rapid expansion of its colonial ambitions. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was not only a military victory but also a symbolic victory for English Protestantism and national identity. As England's naval power grew, so too did its desire to expand its influence globally. With Spain weakened, England began to push aggressively into territories once dominated by Spain, especially in the Americas. The English set their sights on the Caribbean and North America. English privateers, emboldened by the Armada's defeat, began launching more frequent raids on Spanish colonies and trade routes. These privateers, such as the infamous Sir Walter Raleigh, would go on to establish early English settlements in North America, most notably the ill-fated Roanoke colony in 1585. Though the colony was unsuccessful, it laid the groundwork for further English attempts at colonization in the coming decades. By the early 1600s, English naval power had grown to the point where it could challenge Spain's established colonial dominance in the Americas. England began to lay the foundations of what would later become the British Empire, one that would come to rival Spain's and ultimately surpass it in terms of global influence. The lessons learned from the defeat of the Spanish Armada, especially the importance of speed, maneuverability, and tactical innovation, shaped England's imperial policies and helped create an empire that would span the globe. Narrator. The defeat of the Spanish Armada also had long-lasting effects on the wider European geopolitical landscape. While Spain reeled from the loss, other European powers, particularly France and the Dutch Republic, saw an opportunity to strengthen their own positions at the expense of the Spanish monarchy. In the wake of the Armada's defeat, the Dutch, who had been in rebellion against Spanish rule since the 1560s, gained renewed confidence in their struggle for independence. The weakness of the Spanish navy made it increasingly difficult for Spain to suppress the Dutch revolt. By 1609, a truce had been signed between Spain and the Dutch Republic, signaling a new chapter in European politics. The French, too, began to reassess their position. While France had been embroiled in religious conflict during the late 16th century, the defeat of the Armada made it clear that Spain's power was no longer unassailable. France began to maneuver for its own influence in Europe, particularly in the Low Countries and Italy. In the years that followed, France would rise to become one of Spain's greatest rivals, eventually becoming the preeminent European power by the 17th century. Narrator. As time passed, the legacy of the Spanish Armada continued to shape the development of naval warfare. The lessons learned from the failure of the Armada were felt far beyond Spain and England, influencing military strategies and tactics across Europe. The advent of faster, more maneuverable ships, the emphasis on long-range artillery, and the importance of naval training became fundamental to the development of modern naval forces. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of the Armada was the recognition that the power of a fleet was not just a matter of size, but of agility, tactics, and innovation. The defeat of the Armada taught the world that naval supremacy was a fluid concept, and that even the mightiest empire could be brought to its knees by a more agile and technologically advanced foe. The clash of the Spanish Armada with England in 1588 was not simply a battle between two nations, it was a contest between two visions of empire, two military strategies, and two worldviews. The long-term effects of the battle reshaped the global order, setting the stage for the rise of the British Empire and the decline of Spain's dominance. The ripples of this monumental event continue to be felt today, as the legacy of the Armada endures in the annals of naval history. The failure of the Spanish Armada had long-reaching consequences that not only shifted the balance of power in Europe but also changed the course of global history. The end of the Spanish fleet's attempt to invade England in 1588, though momentarily a setback for Philip II and his empire, began a cascade of events that altered the fates of two powerful nations. Spain, for all its strength, would never regain its position as the unchallenged ruler of the seas. England, meanwhile, stood poised to take its place as a maritime empire that would shape the future of the world. The immediate effects of the Armada's defeat were not only political but deeply psychological. The loss wounded the pride of Spain and reverberated through the halls of Philip II's court. His empire, which had been a symbol of Catholic triumph and military might, was now suddenly vulnerable. For Spain, the consequences of this loss were not just about military defeat, but about the fading of an era. The Armada had been meant to reaffirm Spanish dominance in Europe and the world, but instead, it marked the beginning of Spain's long and painful decline. In the wake of this monumental defeat, Philip II tried to restore his naval power. Yet, the massive financial drain caused by the Armada, coupled with the ongoing wars with the Dutch and the French, left Spain increasingly unable to maintain the level of dominance it once had. Spain's maritime ambitions became a series of costly and ultimately futile efforts, as the financial strains worsened. The economic costs of empire building, along with the rising challenges from England and the Dutch, made it difficult for Spain to sustain its former glory. The failure of the Armada was not just a military setback, it was a blow to Spain's entire imperial project. Narrator. The years following the defeat of the Spanish Armada saw Spain embroiled in internal turmoil and financial instability. Despite its wealth from the New World, Spain's gold mines began to produce less, and the cost of maintaining its European wars and overseas empire continued to skyrocket. The empire stretched thin, and Spain found it increasingly difficult to manage its global possessions, many of which were now under threat from English privateers, Dutch rebels, and Portuguese nationalists. The Spanish gold and silver fleets, which had long been the backbone of Spain's wealth, became more vulnerable to piracy. English privateers, such as Sir Francis Drake and John Hawkins, had made their fortunes looting Spanish treasure ships. These attacks intensified, and as the English navy grew more adept and powerful, the Spanish found it increasingly difficult to protect their vast transatlantic empire. The once unassailable wealth that Spain derived from its colonies began to erode. Perhaps the most notable reflection of Spain's weakening grip on its empire was the loss of its control over the Netherlands. The Dutch revolt, which had begun in the 1560s, saw a resurgence in the wake of the Armada's defeat. Spain, distracted by its naval defeats, found it increasingly difficult to suppress the rebellious Dutch provinces. The result was the eventual independence of the Dutch Republic in 1648, marking a significant shift in European politics. The Netherlands, once a part of Spain's global empire, would now become a major maritime power in its own right, contributing to the weakening of Spanish influence in Europe. Narrator. Meanwhile, the victory over the Armada changed the trajectory of England's history. The defeat had an almost immediate impact on the national psyche. Queen Elizabeth I, who had already been a figure of immense popularity and authority, was now elevated to near mythical status. The English people, who had feared Spanish conquest and the reimposition of Catholicism, now viewed Elizabeth as the protector of their nation and their faith. This victory, which had been perceived as a divine intervention, cemented her legacy as one of the most iconic monarchs in English history. England, though still a relatively small and peripheral power compared to Spain, now had the confidence to expand its influence. The defeat of the Armada marked the beginning of a new era of English maritime expansion. The English navy began to build upon its newfound experience and superiority, rapidly becoming the most formidable naval force in Europe. The English fleet was characterized by its speed, maneuverability, and firepower, traits that would define British naval superiority for the next 3 centuries. The financial success and political stability that came with the defeat of the Armada would fuel England's growing imperial ambitions. English merchants and adventurers, emboldened by the victory, began to challenge Spain's control over the New World. Privateers like Sir Walter Raleigh, who had played an instrumental role in the fight against Spain, turned their attention to the rich and sparsely defended territories of the Americas. They began to establish footholds on the North American continent, making early attempts to settle the land, albeit with mixed success. The failed Roanoke colony, for example, showed the difficulty of establishing a permanent English presence in the New World. Yet the seeds had been planted. By the early 1600s, the English, with their strong naval presence, were laying the foundations for what would become the British Empire. Their influence in the Americas, along with the growth of their colonial settlements, would eventually eclipse Spain's in the coming centuries. England's rise as a global power was inextricably tied to its victory over the Spanish Armada. Narrator. Yet, for all of England's newfound power, the battle for supremacy at sea was far from over. The Spanish Armada may have been defeated, but the world of maritime warfare was evolving quickly. Spain may have lost the Armada, but it was far from defenseless. Over the next several decades, Spain would regroup, focusing on its formidable land forces in Europe. In particular, Spain remained a dominant force in the 30 Years' War, which raged across Europe from 1618 to 1648, where it fought to maintain control over its territories in the Netherlands and its imperial holdings in Italy. While Spain's maritime power would never regain its former dominance, its armies would continue to fight on land, ensuring Spain's continued relevance in European geopolitics for much of the 17th century. Even as England's naval empire expanded, Spain remained a formidable force in Europe. The Spanish Habsburg dynasty would continue to wield considerable influence over the course of the 17th century, even as its maritime empire slowly crumbled under the weight of pirates, financial mismanagement, and a rising new wave of imperial powers. But the victory of the Armada still cast a long shadow over Spain's fortunes. The decline of Spanish power at sea opened the door for the Dutch, English, and even the French to begin their rise as maritime and colonial powers. The Spanish Empire, though vast, could no longer protect its far-flung territories from the encroachment of these rising rivals. Narrator. For England, the Spanish Armada's defeat would reverberate throughout its history for generations. It was a turning point that catalyzed the growth of England as a world power, as a maritime force that would soon be able to compete with Spain, Portugal, and the Dutch for control of the world's oceans and the riches of the Americas. England's triumph over Spain also set the stage for the cultural flowering of the Elizabethan era. The Renaissance, which had already been thriving on the European continent, took hold in England as well. The arts flourished under Elizabeth I, with figures such as William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and Edmund Spenser emerging to define a new era of English literature. This period also saw the strengthening of the Protestant Reformation in England. The English victory in 1588 cemented the Protestant identity of the nation and set the stage for future religious and political struggles between Protestant England and Catholic Spain. These religious tensions would influence European politics for the next century, particularly with the rise of the Dutch and the ongoing conflict between Protestant and Catholic powers. Narrator. The Spanish Armada, then, was more than just a military campaign. It was a defining moment in the story of European and world history. It was a clash of cultures, of religions, and of empires. It was the moment when one empire, the Spanish, saw its future dimmed, while another, England, set itself on a path toward global dominance. The ripples of the Armada's defeat are still felt today, as the legacy of England's rise as a global power and the eventual decline of Spain's imperial ambitions continues to shape the world. The defeat of the Armada was not just the end of a military campaign. It marked the end of one chapter in European history and the beginning of another, an era defined by the expansion of empire, the struggle for supremacy at sea, and the clash of religious and cultural identities. And in that process, the global stage was set for the rise of new powers, new conflicts, and new ambitions that would define the modern world. The impact of the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 echoed far beyond the waters of the English Channel. It reverberated across Europe and the wider world, signaling the changing tides of global power. While it was a decisive blow to Spain's naval dominance, the battle's aftermath shifted the geopolitical landscape in ways that would unfold over the next several centuries. The Spanish Empire, which had once been an unchallenged titan of both the Old World and the New, found itself no longer the undisputed leader of Europe's great powers. But the true legacy of the Armada's defeat lay not in the temporary setback it represented for Spain, but in the reshaping of alliances, the rise of new powers, and the new dynamics of global trade and colonization that would define the coming centuries. While Spain was forced to reassess its military strategies and recover from the humiliation, it remained a dominant force in Europe. Despite its naval defeat, Spain retained an impressive array of territories, vast swathes of the Americas, the Philippines, the Netherlands, and parts of Italy, allowing it to remain a significant player on the European stage. Yet, the defeat was also a stark reminder of the fragility of empires. The loss exposed the vulnerabilities of Spain's far-reaching empire, and the failure to defeat England opened the door for other European powers to challenge Spain's hegemony, particularly in the world's oceans and overseas territories. For England, the impact was transformative. The defeat of the Spanish Armada solidified its emergence as a global naval power and set the stage for the birth of what would eventually become the British Empire. England, long a relatively minor player compared to the wealth and influence of Spain, now saw itself as the rightful heir to naval supremacy in Europe. England's maritime superiority was not just the consequence of a single battle. It was a product of years of preparation, technological innovation, and the sheer determination to keep England free from the looming specter of Spanish Catholicism. The victory had given England confidence, not just in its military prowess but in its ability to project power across the seas. Narrator. The strategic and psychological shifts were undeniable. Following the Armada's defeat, England's influence began to spread across the Atlantic. The success of privateers such as Sir Francis Drake, who had harried Spanish treasure fleets long before the Armada, was now viewed as a prelude to more organized, state-sanctioned efforts. Queen Elizabeth I, ever astute, capitalized on the victory by encouraging the development of a more structured, powerful navy. Her support for sea captains and adventurers, men like Drake, Raleigh, and Hawkins, fueled England's early maritime expeditions. These expeditions were not just about military conquest or piracy, but also about building a new global order in which England would play a dominant role. In the Americas, the aftermath of the Armada marked a new era of English colonial expansion. Privateers and adventurers now set their sights on Spanish-held territories in the Caribbean and South America. In 1584, Sir Walter Raleigh's establishment of the Roanoke colony, though unsuccessful, represented the first tangible steps in England's expansion into North America. Over the next few decades, English settlers would make further attempts to create permanent colonies on the continent, culminating in the successful founding of Jamestown in 1607. Though England's first settlements were fraught with hardships, the stage was now set for the eventual domination of North America by English-speaking peoples. It was in the wake of the Armada's defeat that England would secure the future of its overseas colonies. Narrator. By the turn of the 17th century, England's rise as a maritime power began to challenge the very foundation of Spain's global empire. England's privateers, now under more formalized command, became an ever-present threat to Spain's treasure fleets. With every raid, every captured ship, and every Spanish galleon sent to the bottom of the sea, the economic strain on Spain's empire grew. While Spain's empire was vast, it was also increasingly difficult to defend. The defeat of the Armada exposed Spain's vulnerabilities at sea, and by the early 1600s, the once unbeaten Spanish treasure fleets had become targets for English pirates, French corsairs, and Dutch raiders. The defeat of the Armada also coincided with a broader shift in the global balance of power. By the end of the 16th century, Spain's dominance in the Americas was starting to erode. The English and the Dutch, in particular, began to develop their own colonial ventures, slowly chipping away at Spanish control. In the Caribbean, the English established trade outposts and settlements. The Dutch, who had been engaged in their own rebellion against Spanish rule, turned their attention to the lucrative spice trade in the East Indies. Spain's once unassailable hold over the Americas was now facing increasing challenges. For Spain, the defeat of the Armada was more than just a military defeat, it was a symbol of the beginning of the decline of its empire. In the years following the battle, Spain's military focus shifted from defending its colonies to suppressing internal rebellions and addressing mounting financial crises. Despite its vast wealth from the Americas, Spain could not maintain its position as the dominant naval and colonial power. The battle for supremacy at sea had been lost, and with it, Spain's preeminent role in the world. Narrator. As England's maritime influence grew, Spain's resources continued to be strained. The financial drain of maintaining its vast empire, coupled with the increasing frequency of attacks on its shipping and colonies, began to take a toll. Spain's once formidable fleet, which had been at the heart of its imperial system, could no longer secure its hold over the oceans. This was compounded by the internal political and economic challenges Spain faced. The kingdom's finances were in disarray, and its leadership struggled to keep up with the growing demands of an empire that spanned the globe. The growing sense of English power did not go unnoticed by Spain's rivals. France, in particular, saw an opportunity to challenge Spain's dominance in Europe. In the years following the defeat of the Armada, France and Spain were engaged in a long-standing rivalry, with France seeking to curb Spain's influence. The Habsburgs' empire was stretched thin, and by the mid-17th century, France had begun to emerge as the dominant power in Europe. This shift in power dynamics would lead to the eventual rise of France as the new leader of Catholic Europe and a new balance of power in the continent. Narrator. In the years following the defeat of the Armada, the changing alliances among European powers created a new world order. The English, now emboldened by their victory, allied with the Dutch in their joint efforts to weaken Spanish power in the Netherlands and the Caribbean. The Anglo-Dutch alliance marked the beginning of a new era of international trade and naval rivalry. The Dutch, who had long been fighting for their independence from Spain, now found themselves with a powerful ally in England. The two nations worked together to weaken Spanish trade routes, challenge Spanish dominance in the Americas, and eventually push Spain out of the Caribbean. Meanwhile, the Catholic nations of Europe, Spain, France, and Italy, faced a new balance of power. Spain's decline signaled the weakening of the Catholic Habsburg dynasty, and by the 17th century, France had assumed the role of the leader of Catholic Europe. The Protestant powers, England and the Netherlands, found themselves in a stronger position, united in their opposition to Catholic Spain. Narrator. The defeat of the Spanish Armada had set in motion a cascade of events that would dramatically reshape the geopolitical landscape of Europe. Spain, despite its wealth, would never recover its former position as the dominant global empire. England, on the other hand, would rise to become a world power, its maritime influence stretching far beyond the shores of Europe. The shifting alliances, the growing tensions between Catholic and Protestant nations, and the competition for global dominance would define the coming centuries. For England, the legacy of the Spanish Armada was the beginning of a new era, one that would see the English navy dominate the seas and the establishment of colonies that would lay the foundations of the British Empire. For Spain, the loss of the Armada would mark the beginning of a slow and painful decline, the effects of which would be felt for centuries to come. The Battle of the Spanish Armada in 1588 had been a pivotal moment in history. It was not merely the defeat of a fleet, it was the turning of a page, the end of one era, and the beginning of another. The world had changed, and the ripples from that fateful summer would be felt across continents and generations. The struggle for empire, for naval supremacy, and for dominance over the seas would continue. But in the wake of the Armada's defeat, one thing was clear: the global order had shifted, and Spain's unchallenged supremacy was no more. In the aftermath of the Spanish Armada's defeat in 1588, England was no longer a small, isolated island kingdom at the edge of Europe. The victory had transformed the nation's identity and its ambitions on the world stage. Queen Elizabeth I, who had carefully navigated the realm of politics and diplomacy for years, now stood at the forefront of a rising maritime power. The defeat of the Armada had shifted England's focus from survival to expansion, as the nation now saw itself as a beacon of Protestantism and a rising empire on the high seas. The Armada had proven England's ability to defend itself against one of the largest and most powerful forces the world had ever known. But it also revealed the strength of England's growing naval fleet, the heart of its future global ambitions. The English navy, once small and disorganized compared to the might of Spain, was now a well-oiled machine, strengthened by both experience and morale. The victory provided England with a sense of confidence and purpose that would propel it into the age of empire. Queen Elizabeth, recognizing the importance of maintaining a strong and capable navy, prioritized its growth and development. Under her reign, the English government made substantial investments into naval infrastructure, allowing for the construction of new ships and the creation of a more permanent and organized naval force. The success of England's victory against the Armada also marked the beginning of an era of naval innovation and sophistication. Narrator. In the years following the defeat of the Spanish Armada, Elizabeth's government continued to build upon the momentum of that victory. The Queen's personal involvement in naval affairs became increasingly important, as she understood that the defense and expansion of her kingdom would be largely dependent on the strength of her navy. The Royal Navy, which had once been a modest force, began to rapidly grow in size and capability. England's naval power was no longer limited to defending its shores but was now actively projecting power across the world's oceans. The building of England's naval strength had been a gradual process, but after 1588, it accelerated. The English fleet, once a collection of hastily assembled ships and poorly trained sailors, became a professional and cohesive force, dedicated to both defense and conquest. Experienced naval commanders, such as Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Hawkins, were recognized for their successes during the war against Spain and were instrumental in organizing the new naval efforts. Drake, who had gained fame for his daring raids against Spanish treasure fleets before the Armada, continued his exploits, further undermining Spain's hold over its colonies. As one of the most renowned privateers of his time, he had struck fear into the hearts of the Spanish, and his reputation only grew in the wake of the Armada's defeat. His voyages, especially his circumnavigation of the globe, showcased not only his naval skill but also the burgeoning ambitions of England as a maritime power. Under Elizabeth's reign, English ships began to patrol the seas more regularly, disrupting Spanish and Portuguese trade routes and establishing English influence in distant parts of the world. This aggressive strategy of protecting English shipping and attacking foreign rivals laid the groundwork for future imperial ventures. The lessons learned from the defeat of the Armada would shape English naval tactics for centuries to come. The battle for supremacy at sea would no longer be defined solely by the size of the fleets, but by the speed, maneuverability, and innovation of naval forces. Narrator. The 16th century had marked a turning point in naval warfare, and England's success in defeating the Spanish Armada heralded the dawn of a new maritime era. The ships of the English fleet, such as the famous Golden Hind and the Revenge, became symbols of the nation's new identity as a sea power. England's naval leadership and tactical ingenuity soon became recognized across the globe, as it began to dominate not only the waters of Europe but also the high seas. England's newfound naval strength allowed for the expansion of its influence in the Americas. English explorers, backed by the Crown and private investors, began to make daring voyages to the New World. In the years following the Armada's defeat, English expeditions to North America, the Caribbean, and South America became more frequent, signaling the start of a colonial enterprise that would soon rival Spain and Portugal's empires. One of the first English explorers to capitalize on this newfound confidence was Sir Walter Raleigh. Though his early efforts to establish the Roanoke colony in North America were unsuccessful, the groundwork for future English colonization had been laid. Raleigh's efforts were seen not as failures, but as the first tentative steps toward England's claim to the New World. By the early 1600s, the stage was set for the establishment of permanent English colonies, and in 1607, the settlement of Jamestown marked the beginning of England's lasting presence in North America. Narrator. The rise of England as a naval power also had profound consequences for the balance of power in Europe. With Spain weakened by the failure of the Armada, its imperial rivals, including England, the Netherlands, and France, began to assert themselves more forcefully in both European and overseas affairs. The Spanish treasure fleets, once a symbol of Spain's unassailable global wealth, became vulnerable targets for English privateers. Meanwhile, England's growing commercial and naval power allowed it to begin to rival the once dominant Spanish Empire in the Americas. In the Mediterranean, English merchants and sailors began to make inroads into trade, a region previously dominated by Spain, Italy, and the Ottoman Empire. English merchant ships, flying the flag of a powerful navy, began to challenge Spanish and Portuguese dominance of global trade routes. With the growing influence of English merchants, both the nation's economy and its imperial reach expanded exponentially, setting the stage for England's eventual domination of world commerce. By the 17th century, England was no longer just a regional power. Its expanding naval fleet, bolstered by both professional sailors and private investors, began to set the tone for the coming centuries of exploration, trade, and conquest. The defeat of the Armada was, in many ways, the spark that ignited England's imperial ambitions. A nation once struggling for survival now stood as the most formidable naval power in Europe, eager to expand its influence into every corner of the world. Narrator. Despite England's growing strength, the legacy of the Spanish Armada was not only felt in the English-speaking world. The defeat marked the beginning of a broader shift in the global balance of power, one that saw the rise of a new maritime order. While Spain was still a formidable power in European politics, it was no longer the uncontested force in the world's oceans. The true dominance of the seas now belonged to a new power, England. The outcome of the Armada signified not just a military victory, but the start of a new age in which England would stake its claim to global supremacy. As England solidified its hold over the seas, the Spanish Empire began to fade. Despite occasional attempts at rebuilding Spain's maritime power, the wounds inflicted by the Armada would never fully heal. The Spanish fleet, still formidable but weakened, would be unable to prevent the rise of English, Dutch, and French naval forces. The loss of the Armada, combined with the ongoing economic and political challenges facing Spain, marked the beginning of the end for Spain's era of dominance. Meanwhile, England's growing colonial empire marked the beginning of a new era of global competition. The 17th century saw the rise of global trade routes, the establishment of colonies, and the expansion of European influence across the Americas, Africa, and Asia. England, now a dominant force at sea, would soon begin to shape the course of world history in ways that would change the world forever. Narrator. In many ways, the defeat of the Spanish Armada was a catalyst for the shaping of the modern world. It had a profound impact on the geopolitics of Europe, the dynamics of global trade, and the expansion of empires. The battle for control of the seas, which began in the 16th century, would define the next several hundred years. The rise of England, fueled by the victory over the Spanish, would lead to the establishment of the British Empire, the largest empire the world had ever known. The defeat of the Spanish Armada marked the beginning of a new age, an age of English dominance on the high seas, of exploration, of colonization, and of empire building. England had emerged victorious, and in doing so, had laid the foundations for a future that would be marked by its global influence. From the defeat of the Armada would come not just the rise of a nation, but the birth of a new global order that would shape the course of history for centuries to come. The Spanish defeat at the hands of the English in 1588 was a turning point not only for England but also for Spain. For over a century, Spain had enjoyed the status of the world's preeminent naval power, dominating the seas and controlling vast territories in the Americas, the Philippines, and parts of Europe. The victory of the English over the Spanish Armada marked the beginning of the slow unraveling of Spain's maritime dominance, a decline that would be felt across the 17th century. In the aftermath of the battle, Spanish King Philip II was faced with a profound humiliation. His carefully assembled fleet, which had been intended to strike a decisive blow against Protestant England, had been routed. The sheer scale of the failure was staggering: more than 130 ships, some 30,000 men, and the hopes of the Spanish Empire had been lost to the winds, and the might of the English navy. It was a defeat that shook Spain to its core, both politically and militarily. However, King Philip, a monarch known for his tenacity and unwavering resolve, refused to admit defeat. While many believed that the loss of the Armada would mark the end of Spain's dominance at sea, Philip sought to rebuild his navy and reaffirm his empire's control over its vast territories. His strategy would involve a combination of rebuilding Spain's naval fleet, reinforcing its military presence in the Netherlands, and trying to suppress the Protestant revolt in the Low Countries. Yet these efforts were compounded by political struggles, economic strain, and increasingly costly military campaigns. Narrator. In the years immediately following the defeat of the Armada, Spain made attempts to restore its naval might. King Philip II ordered the construction of new ships and naval infrastructure, hoping to revive Spain's power and restore its authority over the seas. But rebuilding a navy that could challenge the English was no easy feat, especially as the costs of the war and Spain's economic burdens mounted. Spain's once unassailable dominance in the Mediterranean began to erode as well. The defeat at the hands of the English signaled to other European powers that the Spanish navy, although still formidable, was no longer invincible. The growing power of the English navy, along with the rise of the Dutch fleet, which had long been a thorn in Spain's side, began to chip away at Spain's hold over key maritime trade routes. The Spanish, whose empire had relied heavily on naval supremacy to defend its interests in the New World and across Europe, now found themselves struggling to maintain their dominance. The Spanish navy, though still large, was increasingly less effective as naval tactics and shipbuilding evolved. The English navy, by contrast, had learned from the battle with the Armada, adopting new strategies, improving ship design, and strengthening their overall naval infrastructure. The speed and maneuverability of the English ships were qualities that allowed them to outmatch the Spanish galleons, whose heavy reliance on larger, slower ships became a handicap. While Spain continued to hold vast territories across the world, its naval power was no longer absolute. The rivalry between Spain and England shifted from a direct confrontation to a more complex geopolitical struggle. The English, buoyed by their victory, continued to harry Spanish shipping lanes, launching raids on Spanish treasure fleets, which were now seen as vulnerable targets. The once great Spanish galleons, laden with gold and silver from the New World, became increasingly prey to English privateers, especially in the Caribbean and off the coast of the Americas. Narrator. The economic and political consequences of the Armada's defeat were deeply felt in Spain. While King Philip II was determined to maintain his hold on power, the defeat undermined the authority of the Spanish crown, both at home and abroad. In the years following the Armada's failure, Spain faced internal instability, including inflation, a growing national debt, and the weakening of the empire's economic foundation. The Spanish economy, already strained by the costs of continuous warfare in Europe, began to show signs of collapse. The flow of wealth from the Americas, which had once fueled Spain's coffers, began to dwindle as English privateers and pirates disrupted Spanish treasure fleets. As a result, Spain's empire found itself facing mounting financial crises, and the once mighty Spanish military machine began to lose its former efficiency. Politically, Spain's rivals were quick to exploit its vulnerabilities. England, in particular, was emboldened by its victory and soon began to challenge Spanish control in the Americas. In the years following the Armada, England and Spain engaged in a series of naval skirmishes and proxy wars, most notably in the Caribbean, where the English sought to establish colonies and disrupt Spanish colonial trade. The Spanish navy, still vast but less agile and effective, was increasingly unable to defend its distant possessions. Spain's struggle to maintain control over the Netherlands was another key issue. The 80 Years' War, which had begun in the 1560s, raged on through the early 1600s. The Dutch, with the support of England, fought to free themselves from Spanish rule. While the war was primarily fought on land, it had crucial naval implications as well. The Spanish, already stretched thin by the demands of the conflict in the Low Countries, were forced to divert resources away from their navy, further weakening their ability to project power at sea. The loss of the Armada was a symbol of Spain's vulnerability. Once regarded as the greatest maritime power in the world, Spain's naval strength slowly deteriorated, and the nation's empire began to fragment. The failure to secure a victory over England marked the beginning of a series of challenges that would continue to plague Spain's naval and imperial ambitions for centuries. Narrator. The defeat of the Armada, however, was not the only reason for Spain's naval decline. Over time, the Spanish fleet became less efficient, due in part to the changing nature of naval warfare. By the early 1600s, English and Dutch fleets had adopted more advanced tactics, such as the use of faster, more maneuverable ships and more precise gunnery. The Spanish, still relying on traditional tactics, found themselves at a disadvantage in the new era of naval combat. Furthermore, the growing influence of other European powers, such as France and the Dutch, began to challenge Spain's position in European affairs. France, in particular, emerged as a rising naval power during the 17th century. With their own ambitions in the Mediterranean and the Americas, the French began to contest Spanish influence in key regions. The Dutch, having successfully gained independence from Spain, began to establish their own naval empire, particularly in the East Indies, competing directly with Spanish and Portuguese interests. By the middle of the 17th century, Spain's empire was beginning to fracture. The loss of territory, the depletion of resources, and the constant drain of war had left Spain in a weakened position. Its maritime supremacy was no longer unquestioned, and the growing power of England, France, and the Dutch Republic ensured that Spain's days of unchallenged dominance were over. Narrator. In the decades following the defeat of the Armada, Spain continued to face the challenges of maintaining its vast global empire. The Spanish navy would go on to fight in several more conflicts, but it was clear that the world's maritime landscape was changing. The rise of England, coupled with the decline of Spanish naval power, paved the way for a new age of global competition. As Spain's once mighty navy began to falter, England, in particular, saw the opportunity to expand its own maritime empire. The defeat of the Armada was not just a one-time victory, but a symbol of a shift in the balance of power on the world's oceans. England, now confident in its naval prowess, would continue to assert itself in maritime conflicts across the globe. The decline of Spanish naval power also contributed to the eventual collapse of Spain's vast empire. The Spanish Empire, once the wealthiest and most powerful in the world, was now increasingly isolated. The defeat of the Armada, while a single event in the context of a century of wars and political intrigue, marked the beginning of the end for Spanish maritime dominance. Narrator. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was a turning point not just for England, but for the entire world. It signaled the beginning of the decline of Spanish power at sea, and it opened the door for other European powers to challenge Spain's global influence. For Spain, the loss was a devastating blow, one that reverberated through the centuries and marked the end of an era of unmatched maritime dominance. In the decades that followed, Spain would struggle to maintain its position as the leading power in Europe. Its defeat by the English, compounded by the growing challenges from other European nations, heralded the decline of its global empire. The Spanish Armada's failure marked the dawn of a new age, one in which England and other rising powers would dominate the world's oceans and reshape the political and economic landscape for generations to come. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 is a pivotal moment in the long and complex history of European warfare and maritime expansion. The echoes of that event reverberated not only through Spain and England, but across the entire globe, shaping the course of future conflicts, colonial ambitions, and the rise of new world powers. The Armada's failure signaled the beginning of the end for Spain's dominance as a global power and ushered in a new era of maritime competition that would define the next few centuries. In the aftermath of the battle, the immediate consequences were stark. King Philip II of Spain, his plans to overthrow the English monarchy in ruins, was left to face a political and military crisis. The Spanish Empire, though still vast and formidable, had suffered a blow to its prestige and influence that would never fully recover. Spain's ambitions of crushing English Protestantism, curbing English piracy, and reasserting Catholic dominance across Europe would be frustrated, not only by the English navy but by the shifting geopolitics of the European continent. In England, the victory over the Spanish Armada was celebrated as a triumph not just for the navy, but for the English people and their Protestant faith. Queen Elizabeth I's leadership was hailed as visionary, her resolve to defend her kingdom celebrated by poets, artists, and political thinkers. The battle was a defining moment in the establishment of England as a major naval power, and it laid the groundwork for the English Empire's eventual rise to global prominence. Narrator. The legacy of the Armada's defeat extends beyond the military and political victories of the English. The battle was emblematic of the changing nature of warfare in the late 16th century, a time of innovation in naval technology, tactics, and logistics. The Spanish Armada, for all its size and power, was ultimately outclassed by the speed, maneuverability, and gunnery of the English ships. This victory demonstrated the advantages of more modern, agile warships, and heralded a shift in naval warfare that would continue to evolve in the centuries to come. Spain's defeat underscored a critical lesson in the limits of naval power. Despite their size and resources, the Spanish fleet, with its reliance on large galleons, found itself vulnerable to faster and more nimble adversaries. The English Navy's use of smaller, quicker vessels with longer-range cannons represented a shift in strategy that would influence naval design for generations. This victory also illustrated the importance of flexibility and adaptability in war, as the English made use of unconventional tactics, such as fireships, to break the Spanish formation. For Spain, the defeat was a signal that its traditional military methods and strategies were outdated in the face of new technologies and tactics. Although Spain continued to maintain a powerful navy, it was never again able to dominate the seas as it once had. Over the ensuing decades, Spain's enemies, particularly England and the Netherlands, began to close the gap in naval power, and Spanish dominance in global trade began to wane. Narrator. The political ramifications of the defeat were immense. Spain, which had once been the undisputed hegemon of European politics and global exploration, saw its influence diminish in the years following the defeat. Though Spain continued to be a major European power throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, the loss of the Armada marked the beginning of a slow but inexorable decline in its imperial authority. Spain's diminished power on the high seas opened up opportunities for its rivals. In particular, the English, already a rising power, seized upon the moment to assert themselves more aggressively in international affairs. In the decades after the Armada's defeat, England would emerge as the dominant naval power in Europe, building an empire that stretched across the globe. The English seized opportunities in the Americas, in particular, where they began to establish colonies that would eventually rival those of Spain. By the mid-17th century, England's growing naval strength would play a central role in the expansion of its global influence. The defeat also had far-reaching implications for the Spanish Netherlands. The 80 Years' War between Spain and the rebellious Dutch provinces continued well into the 1600s, and the defeat of the Armada only emboldened the Dutch resistance. Encouraged by their English allies, the Dutch mounted a series of successful naval campaigns against Spain. By the time the war came to an end in 1648 with the signing of the Treaty of Westphalia, the Dutch had secured their independence and established themselves as a major maritime power in their own right. Narrator. The Spanish Armada's defeat also contributed to the broader cultural and ideological shifts that shaped the history of the modern world. The victory over the Catholic Spanish fleet was seen as a victory for Protestantism, and it contributed to the deepening religious divide between Catholic and Protestant nations in Europe. While the English had already solidified their religious identity as a Protestant nation under Elizabeth I, the defeat of the Armada reaffirmed their resolve and emboldened Protestant communities across Europe. In Spain, however, the defeat reinforced the sense of embattled Catholicism. The failure to conquer England, coupled with the long and costly struggle in the Netherlands, left the Spanish crown struggling to maintain its control over its vast empire. Spain's role as the protector of Catholicism was increasingly questioned, and internal pressures, economic, political, and social, began to erode the unity of the Spanish monarchy. In the long term, the defeat of the Armada had an unintended but significant cultural impact on England. It helped foster a sense of national pride, a feeling that would contribute to the development of the English national identity. Poets like Sir Walter Raleigh and Edmund Spenser wrote eloquent works celebrating the English victory and underscoring the notion of England as a divinely ordained power. These works would later influence England's global ambitions, as the English crown sought to extend its reach across the oceans and into the distant corners of the world. Narrator. Perhaps the most important legacy of the defeat of the Spanish Armada is the shift in the balance of naval power across the globe. The English Navy's victory marked the beginning of an era in which England would challenge Spain for dominance on the seas. As the English Navy grew stronger, Spain, despite its best efforts, could no longer maintain its stranglehold on the world's trade routes. The rise of English privateers and the establishment of a more robust English navy would be decisive in the 17th century, as England gradually became the dominant naval power in Europe. The Spanish defeat also had profound consequences in the Americas. With Spain's naval power weakened, the Spanish treasure fleets became more vulnerable to English and Dutch pirates. The wealth that had once flowed so freely from the Spanish colonies in the New World began to diminish as English and Dutch privateers seized more and more ships laden with gold and silver. This shift, over time, affected the economic stability of the Spanish Empire and contributed to its eventual decline as a colonial superpower. As the English Navy continued to evolve, and as the Spanish Empire was increasingly undermined by military setbacks and economic decline, the stage was set for the rise of new imperial powers. The 17th and 18th centuries would see the expansion of the British Empire across the globe, while Spain, though still an important power, would no longer dominate the oceans as it once had. The legacy of the Spanish Armada's defeat would echo through history, shaping the course of European politics, colonial ambitions, and naval warfare for generations to come. Narrator. In a way, the defeat of the Spanish Armada is not just the story of one battle or one nation's fall from grace. It is a microcosm of the shifting power dynamics of the early modern period. It represents the end of one empire's dominance, the beginning of another's rise, and the transformation of the global order. As the Spanish fleet limped back to its home port, battered by storms and English cannon fire, it carried with it the symbolic end of an era. From that point forward, the stage was set for a new age of competition, as the English, the Dutch, and other emerging powers sought to dominate the world's oceans and secure their place in the history books. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, therefore, was not just a military loss for Spain, but a fundamental moment of change in the history of the world. It reshaped the geopolitical landscape, altered the course of colonial history, and laid the foundation for a new world order. It marked the end of the Spanish Golden Age, and the dawn of England's rise as a global power, destined to rule the waves for centuries to come. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 set into motion a series of events that would culminate in the gradual decline of Spanish power, both on the seas and on the European continent. For Spain, the loss was not merely a setback but a profound blow to its imperial ambitions. The Armada had been intended not just as a military action but as the defining moment in Spain's struggle to reassert its dominance over England. But with the fleet's destruction, Spain was left with its own national pride in tatters. The once mighty empire would never be able to recover the same position it had held before. For King Philip II, the defeat was both personal and political. He had invested so much into the operation, the resources of the Spanish Empire, its finest sailors and soldiers, its best ships, all in the belief that the fleet would succeed in its mission to invade England and restore Catholic rule. The consequences of this loss were both immediate and long-lasting. In the immediate aftermath, Spain's political and military leadership found itself embroiled in a deep crisis of confidence. The Spanish court and the monarchy, already struggling with the complexities of managing a sprawling empire that stretched across the globe, were forced to re-evaluate their strategies. While Philip II continued to govern Spain and its empire for many years after the defeat of the Armada, the shadow of that loss loomed large. The Spanish treasure fleets, critical to the empire's wealth, continued to sail, but now they faced greater challenges. English privateers, emboldened by their victory, began to disrupt Spanish shipping along the Atlantic trade routes, making it harder for Spain to sustain the immense wealth that had once flowed so easily from its American colonies. The once unfathomable riches of the New World began to dry up, eroding the financial foundations of the Spanish Empire. And in the Americas, Spain's grip began to loosen, as other European powers, England, France, and the Netherlands, began to stake their own claims to new territories. Narrator. By the early 17th century, Spain's golden age was fading. The country's decline as a naval and military power was accelerated by internal strife, economic troubles, and the rising influence of its rivals. The Habsburg monarchy, already beset by the complexities of ruling an empire that stretched across Europe, struggled to maintain its position in the face of these new challenges. Spain's wars, particularly in the Netherlands and France, drained its resources and further weakened its once unassailable position. The decline of Spanish maritime supremacy marked a significant shift in the balance of power on the world stage. By the time of the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, Spain was no longer the dominant force in Europe. The war, which had begun as a religious conflict but evolved into a struggle for political power, saw Spain embroiled in a protracted conflict that drained the kingdom's treasury. Spain's influence over its territories began to wane, and other powers, most notably France and the Dutch Republic, began to fill the void left by Spain's declining power. Meanwhile, in England, the echoes of the Armada's defeat reverberated through the decades. England's success in the battle had not only bolstered the national pride of its people, but it had cemented the country's position as the preeminent naval power in Europe. The English Navy's dominance on the seas allowed the country to control key shipping lanes, expand its empire, and protect its expanding commercial interests. England's naval prowess in the post-Armada period would set the stage for its imperial expansion. English explorers, traders, and privateers began to establish colonies and outposts in the Americas, Africa, and Asia, laying the foundation for what would eventually become the British Empire. The success of the English Navy, and the rise of figures such as Sir Francis Drake, who had proven himself during the conflict with Spain, gave England the military edge it needed to challenge Spain's legacy. Narrator. By the middle of the 17th century, Spain's once vast empire had been eclipsed by the rise of England, the Netherlands, and France. The English, in particular, capitalized on the victory of the Armada to increase their influence in European politics. The defeat, and the subsequent English naval successes, provided the foundation for the growth of England's global empire. The English crown, under Queen Elizabeth I, had realized that the seas were a critical factor in global dominance, and thus it invested heavily in expanding the navy and securing control over international trade routes. With the defeat of the Armada, England had proven its ability to challenge the largest and most powerful empire of the day. As Spain struggled to cope with its setbacks and declining wealth, England was increasingly able to project its influence beyond its shores. By the 18th century, the British Empire, having secured the foundations laid in the aftermath of the Armada, had grown to become the largest empire the world had ever seen. The global reach of Britain's navy, the power of its merchant fleet, and the wealth generated from its colonies provided the resources needed to sustain the empire and its military dominance. The Spanish Empire, meanwhile, limped along, its power fractured and its ability to exert influence over its far-flung territories diminished. Spain's failure to recover from the defeat of the Armada and its increasing challenges on the global stage resulted in a significant loss of prestige, with the once feared Spanish fleet becoming a shadow of its former self. While Spain retained its territories in the Americas and parts of Europe, it was increasingly unable to defend them against encroaching powers. Narrator. The Spanish Armada's defeat did more than just cripple the Spanish Empire's naval dominance. It marked the end of an era in European geopolitics. For centuries, Spain had been the preeminent global power, its wealth derived from its colonies in the Americas and its unrivaled control over international trade routes. But the events of 1588 revealed that no empire, no matter how mighty, could maintain its dominance without adapting to changing realities. Spain had underestimated the ingenuity of its adversaries, and in doing so, it sealed its fate. In contrast, England emerged from the clash as a rising power. The defeat of the Armada was not just a military victory, it was a declaration of England's place in the world. From that moment on, the English would assert their will on the seas, expanding their empire, and establishing an unparalleled global network of trade and influence. The rise of English naval power would come to define the modern age, as the British Empire would go on to control vast swathes of territory across the globe. The ripple effects of the Spanish Armada's defeat were also felt across Europe. The Dutch, emboldened by the weakening of Spain, would continue their struggle for independence, ultimately succeeding in the 1648 Treaty of Westphalia. France, too, would rise to prominence, emerging as the dominant power in Europe by the late 17th century. The balance of power in Europe was shifting, and the fall of Spain's global empire would have profound effects on the political and economic dynamics of the continent. Narrator. In the grand sweep of history, the defeat of the Spanish Armada is seen as the beginning of the end for the Spanish Empire's dominance. Though Spain would remain a major power for centuries to come, its imperial ambitions would never again reach the heights they had once attained. The loss marked the end of Spain's period of uncontested hegemony and signaled the rise of England, the Netherlands, and other European nations that would challenge Spain for global influence. For the English, however, the defeat of the Armada was a defining moment that would shape the future of their empire. The victory on the seas was the first in a long line of naval triumphs that would secure England's place as the foremost maritime power in the world. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of the Armada's defeat would resonate through the halls of power, shaping the future of both European and global politics. Thus, the story of the Spanish Armada, its rise, its challenge, and its fall, is not merely the tale of one great naval clash, but the tale of an era's transition. A transition that saw the passing of one empire and the rise of another. It marked the dawn of a new age in which naval warfare, colonial expansion, and international trade would define the course of history. The Spanish Armada, once a symbol of unquestionable Spanish might, became a powerful symbol of its vulnerabilities. Its defeat rippled through the centuries, casting a long shadow over the world's major powers. As the English celebrated their triumph, Spain was left to reflect not just on a lost fleet but on the crumbling foundation of its once dominant empire. The fate of the Armada had profound consequences, not only for the Spanish crown but for the broader political and cultural landscape of Europe. The echoes of that defeat were felt far beyond the borders of Spain or England, reverberating through the courts of Paris, Rome, and Madrid for decades to come. In Spain, King Philip II's resolve did not falter immediately. Even as the disastrous news of the Armada's defeat reached Madrid, he was already making plans for the future. Spain's vast empire stretched from the Netherlands to the Americas, from Italy to the Philippines, and its global influence remained formidable, even in the face of military failure. But with the loss of the Armada, it became painfully clear that the world was changing. The age of unquestioned Spanish hegemony was over. Philip's continued focus on religious war and on the defense of Catholicism increasingly alienated the Spanish people. The Armada was meant to be the final decisive blow against the growing Protestant threat. Yet, by 1588, Protestantism was not only secure in England, but it was also on the rise across Europe. The forces of religious conflict, which had once been the core of Spanish foreign policy, were beginning to yield to the pressures of political, economic, and military transformation. As Spain's military failures mounted, the empire began to fragment. The revolt in the Netherlands, which had begun long before the Armada, continued to draw resources and attention away from Spain's other priorities. In the Americas, Spain's once immense treasure fleets became vulnerable to piracy and privateers, many of them English or Dutch. The wealth that had flowed from the colonies slowed, and the Spanish economy, already suffering from inflation and inefficient management, began to stagnate. Narrator. While the political fallout in Spain was deep and wide-ranging, the English experience was entirely different. The victory at the Battle of Gravelines and the destruction of the Armada had served as a clarion call for English unity and ambition. Elizabeth I, having faced down the might of the Spanish Empire, now enjoyed an unmatched sense of legitimacy. Her reign, which had long been questioned by her enemies, was solidified by the Spanish defeat. The Queen's popularity soared, and the Protestant cause, which she championed, was seen as being divinely endorsed. For Elizabeth, the Armada was not just a military victory, it was the crowning achievement of her reign. In England, the defeat of the Armada marked the beginning of a new era. The naval battle demonstrated that England was no longer an isolated island nation. The English had proven themselves to be a formidable force on the world stage, capable of challenging the mightiest of empires. The victory cemented the idea of England as a maritime power, with ambitions of empire stretching far beyond the shores of Britain. The English navy, having been tested and proven in battle, began its transformation into a professional fighting force. The success of the English fleet prompted an increased investment in shipbuilding, with innovations in design and construction that would later serve as the foundation for the British Empire's naval supremacy. The Elizabethan era saw the rise of figures such as Sir Francis Drake, who became national heroes. These privateers, who had made their names by attacking Spanish ships, now found themselves celebrated as champions of English strength and resourcefulness. But the significance of the defeat went beyond military and political realms. It had profound effects on English national identity. The English victory against the Armada was framed as a divine intervention, proof of God's favor for the Protestant cause. It became a rallying cry for the English people, a symbol of their resilience, their defiance against tyranny, and their belief in the rightness of their cause. The events of 1588, and the English narrative, were woven into the very fabric of national consciousness, a cornerstone of England's self-image as a righteous, powerful nation. Narrator. However, the defeat of the Armada did not mark the end of Spanish ambitions or the end of hostilities between the two nations. Though the Spanish fleet was crushed in 1588, Spain's efforts to combat English influence continued in the years that followed. The Spanish did not abandon their vision of a Catholic-dominated Europe or their desire for revenge against England. In the years after the Armada, Spain continued its military campaign in the Netherlands, where the Protestant rebellion persisted. Spain's forces, exhausted and financially strained, could not decisively crush the Dutch, and the conflict dragged on for decades. In the 1590s, Spain's attempts to isolate and weaken England through further naval confrontations proved unsuccessful. English privateers, now more organized and supported by the English crown, continued to strike at Spanish shipping, further undermining the empire's financial foundation. On the other hand, England, bolstered by its naval triumph, increasingly turned its focus toward expansion. The Spanish threat, though still present, no longer seemed as insurmountable. English colonial ventures began to take root in the New World. Privateers like Drake and John Hawkins turned their attention to disrupting Spanish trade routes, and English merchants began to look beyond the Atlantic, to Africa and Asia, for new opportunities. Over the next few decades, the English would continue to build their naval might. By the early 17th century, England had successfully carved out a substantial empire in the Caribbean, in North America, and on the coasts of Africa. This new empire, built on the back of naval power and driven by the legacy of the Spanish defeat, was to become the foundation of the British Empire. This vast empire would eventually control territories on every continent and dominate global trade. Narrator. As the 17th century wore on, the global balance of power slowly shifted away from Spain. The battle that had so dramatically altered the course of English history would eventually usher in the age of British imperial dominance. The shift in power would not have been possible without the English Navy's defeat of the Armada, which proved that no nation, however powerful, could ever truly control the seas without the means to defend them. In the years that followed, England would establish itself as the dominant naval power, challenging both Spain and France for control of the world's oceans. Despite the defeat, the Spanish Empire did not collapse immediately. Spain still controlled vast territories, and it remained a significant player in European politics. However, the strategic importance of the seas had shifted irreversibly. The defeat of the Armada was a turning point, and Spain's naval power, never quite as resilient as it had once been, would continue to decline. The once feared Spanish navy was increasingly sidelined by newer, more advanced fleets, and Spain's political influence in Europe gradually diminished. Narrator. The long-term consequences of the Spanish Armada, then, were not limited to the military and political realms. The defeat marked a seismic shift in the way European powers viewed the world. It shattered the idea of invincibility that Spain had held for so long and provided a powerful example to other nations, particularly those on the rise, of the importance of naval power and the need to challenge established authorities. England, having risen from the ashes of the Armada's defeat, would go on to build an empire that stretched across the globe. Spain, in contrast, though still a formidable power, was on the path toward decline. In the end, the defeat of the Spanish Armada had a profound impact on the course of history. It changed the fate of two great empires, England and Spain, and set the stage for the emergence of new global powers. It was the first step toward the creation of the British Empire, a process that would unfold over the centuries. The reverberations of that fateful battle were felt not just on the seas but across the world, forever altering the balance of power in the early modern period. As the 16th century drew to a close, the effects of the Spanish Armada's defeat began to resonate deeply in the halls of power across Europe. Spain, once the undisputed leader of the Western world, was struggling to maintain its supremacy on the seas and in the broader geopolitical landscape. The Spanish Empire, which had once seemed invincible, was now on the cusp of a decline that would span centuries, though the full impact of the Armada's failure would not be immediately apparent. For Spain, the loss of the Armada was an existential crisis. The fleet, assembled with such ambition and determination, was more than just a military tool. It was the symbol of Spanish dominance in the world. When it crumbled before the might of England's naval forces, it revealed the vulnerabilities at the heart of Spain's empire. Despite being the largest empire in history at the time, with vast holdings in the Americas, the Philippines, and across Europe, Spain's naval fleet had not been able to defeat a nation with a far smaller population and military budget. This realization set in motion a series of consequences that would weaken Spain's ability to project its power on the global stage. King Philip II, who had poured so much into the Armada, was faced with a choice. He could continue to fund military endeavors that drained the Spanish treasury, or he could attempt to reform and stabilize the empire. His decision to continue investing in military projects would strain Spain's finances further. Spain's wars, particularly in the Netherlands, continued to demand vast resources, but the lack of a strong, capable navy made it harder for the empire to sustain its international influence. The cost of maintaining a fleet was immense, and Spain's finances were already in peril, leading to the eventual bankruptcy of the Spanish state. Narrator. The early 17th century saw Spain unable to recover from the blow dealt by the Armada. Though Spain continued to hold sway over its vast overseas territories, its naval power was no longer the dominant force it had been in the previous century. The defeat of the Armada was a critical turning point, for it marked the beginning of the slow but inevitable decline of Spanish naval power. On the other side of the English Channel, England's fortunes were looking decidedly different. With the defeat of the Armada, Queen Elizabeth I had achieved a victory that would forever define her reign. The triumph of England's navy against the Spanish juggernaut had secured the nation's place in the pantheon of European powers. This naval victory provided England with the confidence and financial stability needed to expand its influence in ways that would later be seen on a global scale. The failure of Spain's naval might also signal the dramatic shift in the European balance of power. The English navy, though not without its flaws, had proven itself capable of challenging the largest fleet in the world. The defeat of the Armada solidified England's naval supremacy in the North Atlantic, and opened the doors for the English to begin expanding their influence in the New World. The financial and logistical stability that England had gained from its victory allowed the country to focus on maritime exploration, trade, and empire building. What was once a small island nation in the Atlantic now had the opportunity to become a global maritime power. Narrator. The next few decades would see England, under the reign of Elizabeth I and her successors, continue to assert itself as a dominant naval power. The English navy grew in size, sophistication, and effectiveness, driven by the lessons learned from the victory against the Armada. Naval tactics, ship design, and recruitment all saw improvements as England sought to capitalize on its newfound strength. By the early 17th century, England's navy had become a formidable force, capable of defending its coasts and expanding its interests abroad. The English began to rival the once mighty Spanish Empire in terms of global influence, establishing colonies in the Americas, the Caribbean, and beyond. The English navy was instrumental in securing trade routes, protecting merchant vessels, and defending the burgeoning British Empire. The world would soon come to know the Royal Navy as one of the most powerful and respected forces in global history. But even as England's navy rose to dominance, the Spanish Empire struggled to adapt to the changing geopolitical landscape. The Armada's defeat had exposed deep weaknesses in Spain's military strategy, particularly in terms of naval warfare. Spain had relied heavily on its army and its vast resources from the Americas, but the nature of warfare was changing. Naval power was now a key factor in determining global influence, and Spain had not adapted quickly enough. Its fleets continued to be plagued by inefficiency, poor leadership, and a lack of innovation, all of which prevented it from regaining its former strength. Narrator. The deterioration of Spanish naval power had significant ramifications not only for Spain, but also for the broader European power dynamics. The Netherlands, long under Spanish control, continued its fight for independence, which had been gaining momentum since the early stages of the 16th century. With Spain's military focus diverted and its naval power weakened, the Dutch were able to break free from Spanish control, leading to the formation of the Dutch Republic by 1581. This new state would go on to become a major maritime and commercial power in its own right, establishing trade networks and colonies that rivaled those of Spain and Portugal. Meanwhile, France, another Catholic power, also capitalized on Spain's diminishing influence. Throughout the late 16th and early 17th centuries, France's monarchs pursued aggressive foreign policies aimed at expanding France's territory and its influence in Europe. The French navy, though not as dominant as the English, benefited from the general weakening of Spanish power and began to assert itself on the high seas. But perhaps the most significant consequence of the Armada's defeat was the impact it had on England's ambitions for global empire building. The Spanish Empire had been a dominant force for more than a century, but after the Armada's failure, England's victory demonstrated that the Spanish could be beaten, and the door was opened for other European powers to challenge Spain's colonial holdings. England was quick to take advantage of this, establishing its first permanent colony in North America at Jamestown in 1607. This marked the beginning of England's expansion into the Americas, an endeavor that would ultimately lead to the creation of the British Empire. Narrator. The defeat of the Spanish Armada had long-lasting effects that reverberated far beyond the shores of Europe. It set the stage for a dramatic shift in global geopolitics, where naval power became a central factor in determining the fate of empires. The Spanish Armada's failure signaled the beginning of the decline of Spain's global hegemony and the rise of a new maritime world order. Spain, despite its initial efforts to regain its former power, would never return to its peak. By the 17th century, England and other emerging European powers were asserting their influence across the world. The United Provinces, Dutch Republic, and France were rising powers, and England, in particular, capitalized on its newfound naval supremacy. The defeat of the Armada thus marked the beginning of a new era of exploration, conquest, and empire building, with England ultimately emerging as the world's preeminent maritime empire. The legacy of the Spanish Armada is not only defined by the defeat itself but by the broader transformations it triggered. From the rise of English naval supremacy to the slow but inevitable decline of Spain's once mighty empire, the events of 1588 reshaped the course of world history. The waves of change that began with the defeat of the Armada would continue to shape the political, economic, and cultural landscape of Europe and the world for centuries to come. The defeat of the Spanish Armada, though a single event in the vast expanse of history, became a defining moment in the trajectory of world power. For centuries, the notion of the unassailable might of Spain had been ingrained in European thought. Spain's expansive empire, its vast fleets that had carried gold and silver from the New World, and its dominance over much of the Mediterranean and Atlantic world had seemed invincible. But in the aftermath of 1588, Spain's position at the top of the European hierarchy began to waver, and the global order slowly began to shift. In the immediate years following the Armada's defeat, Spain tried to recover. The nation, having sustained significant damage both to its fleet and to its reputation, did not retreat into isolation. Yet, the very act of trying to continue as if nothing had changed highlighted the profound misunderstanding of the magnitude of the defeat. The Armada, after all, had been about more than just military victory. It was a statement of power, of religious supremacy, and of the unstoppable nature of Spain's imperial reach. When that statement was shattered, it became impossible to ignore the cracks in the foundation of Spanish supremacy. Narrator. The next few decades saw Spain continuing its vast imperial endeavors, but the defeat at Gravelines left a scar that could never fully heal. The Spanish government, under Philip II, still maintained control over its colonies in the Americas, but managing such a vast empire in the face of mounting internal financial troubles and external threats was an ever-growing challenge. A combination of relentless wars with Protestant forces, particularly in the Netherlands, the financial drain of maintaining a large army, and the loss of Spanish naval supremacy gradually shifted the global balance. Spain's resources, once flowing easily from the Americas, began to dwindle. The enormous wealth extracted from the New World had been a key to the country's power, but the inefficiencies of its colonial management and the rise of piracy, especially from the English and Dutch, steadily eroded the empire's ability to project force on the high seas. The treasures of the Americas were no longer as easily protected, and Spanish galleons were increasingly susceptible to the raids of pirates, many of whom were backed by the English and Dutch navies. This shift created an opening for other powers to rise to prominence, most notably England. The defeat of the Armada was not just a military victory for the English but a statement that they had successfully stood against the might of the Spanish Empire. The defeat also gave England a newfound sense of legitimacy on the global stage. It marked the transition of England from a nation on the fringes of European power politics to one of the most formidable military and naval forces in the world. Narrator. The consequences of the Spanish Armada's failure were not confined to the political and military realms. Its defeat reshaped the very fabric of European identity, particularly with regard to religion. For Spain, the Armada was about more than just the destruction of English fleets. It was about the restoration of Catholicism to England. Spain, as the principal defender of the Catholic faith in Europe, had seen the Protestant Reformation as a direct challenge to the established order, one which needed to be crushed to preserve religious unity. When the Armada failed to achieve this goal, it marked the beginning of the end for the efforts to roll back Protestantism. From that moment on, the Protestant cause in England was no longer just a rebellion. It was something that had been divinely protected, a belief that would reverberate in the hearts and minds of the English people. The defeat of the Armada did not just enhance Elizabeth's position as queen, it galvanized the English Protestant identity, and in the ensuing decades, it solidified England's commitment to Protestantism. This strengthened the resolve of Protestant rulers across Europe, and with it came the rise of Protestant states like the Dutch Republic, which had long been under Spanish control. Narrator. While Spain was left to contend with the aftermath of the defeat, England embarked on an era of expansion. The victory over the Armada sparked a period of national pride and ambition that would fuel England's drive for empire. By the early 1600s, English explorers, sailors, and adventurers set their sights on the Americas. The Spanish-controlled territories that once seemed invulnerable were now seen as ripe for competition. The impact of the Armada on England's naval development was profound. The naval reforms spurred by the victory laid the groundwork for what would become one of the most powerful and enduring naval forces in history. Ships like the Golden Hind, commanded by the infamous Sir Francis Drake, became legendary symbols of the English Navy's prowess. Drake, a privateer who had been instrumental in harrying Spanish shipping in the Caribbean and along the Atlantic trade routes, became a hero in England, a man who embodied the spirit of defiance against Spanish oppression. The English Navy expanded in both size and technological sophistication in the years following the defeat. New ships were designed, built specifically to withstand the rigors of long voyages and naval combat. The strategic importance of naval superiority was fully realized, and England began to invest heavily in shipbuilding, training, and maintaining a fleet capable of challenging not only Spain, but also any emerging powers on the seas. Narrator. In the meantime, the Spanish Empire, though still a major power, struggled to maintain the resources and influence it once commanded. While Spain was far from vanquished, the loss of naval supremacy meant it could no longer easily project power across the oceans. The once feared Spanish Armada had proven vulnerable, and this vulnerability was felt in every corner of the empire. The legacy of the Spanish Armada was thus twofold. It was a defeat that crippled Spain's ambitions of continued supremacy, but it also served as a catalyst for the rise of other maritime powers. For England, the defeat marked the beginning of its own imperial ambitions. The English began to carve out a colonial empire in the Americas, starting with the establishment of the Virginia colony in 1607. This empire would ultimately grow to span the globe, creating one of the largest empires the world had ever known. Narrator. The defeat of the Armada also had long-term economic consequences for Spain. In the immediate aftermath of 1588, the financial strains of war, coupled with the inefficiencies of colonial administration, began to take their toll. Spain's reliance on silver and gold from its New World colonies, which had funded its military campaigns, began to weaken. This dependence on precious metals, combined with rampant inflation and poor fiscal management, slowly eroded Spain's economic stability. At the same time, the English, now free from the immediate threat of Spanish invasion, began to reap the benefits of their new naval capabilities. Their commerce flourished, and their maritime trade routes expanded. The rise of English privateers in the Caribbean further depleted Spanish resources, as English raids targeted Spanish treasure fleets. The economic and military balance of power was beginning to shift irrevocably. Narrator. The legacy of the Spanish Armada, therefore, is not one of a single military defeat, but a much larger transformation in the global order. It marked the decline of one empire and the rise of another. It heralded the shift from the dominance of Catholic monarchies to the emergence of Protestant nations as global powers. And it emphasized the importance of naval power as the defining characteristic of empires in the modern age. By the dawn of the 17th century, the world had irrevocably changed. Spain, once the unquestioned leader of Europe and the Americas, was no longer the dominant force it once was. England, on the other hand, had emerged from the ashes of the Armada's defeat to become the most formidable maritime power in the world. This power would lay the foundation for the British Empire, which would span continents and shape the history of the world for centuries to come. The Spanish Armada was a battle that changed the course of history. Its repercussions were felt in the courts of Europe, across the oceans, and in the hearts of people for generations to come. It was a reminder that even the mightiest of empires can fall, and that new powers, though once underestimated, can rise to claim dominion over the seas and the world. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was not just the end of one era, it was the beginning of another. The defeat of the Spanish Armada did not mark the end of the saga of Europe's maritime battles. Instead, It served as a prelude to the rise of new global powers. As the 17th century unfolded, the reverberations of the Spanish defeat echoed across Europe, subtly altering the course of history. Spain, though still a significant empire, found its role as the uncontested maritime power of the world slipping away. It was a slow decline, marked by mounting financial burdens, continued conflict with Protestant powers, and an increasingly strained naval capability. Spain could no longer rely on the strength of its armada to dictate the course of global politics. Meanwhile, the English, emboldened by their triumph in 1588, sought to expand their reach, taking advantage of Spain's vulnerability. Queen Elizabeth I's reign had paved the way for England to develop its naval power into a force that would rival, and ultimately surpass, Spain's once great fleet. The Spanish Armada's failure was not just a military defeat, it was the beginning of a new era, one in which the balance of power in Europe and the world would shift toward the Protestant maritime nations. At the heart of this shift was England's ability to harness the power of its navy to protect and expand its interests abroad. Narrator. In the years following the defeat of the Armada, England quickly realized that a strong navy was not just a military necessity, it was the key to global dominance. Under Elizabeth I's successors, the English invested heavily in the development of their naval forces. The naval reforms born from the lessons learned during the battle against the Armada enabled the English to create ships faster, stronger, and more agile than their competitors. England's navy became a symbol of power and innovation, its ships capable of outmaneuvering and overpowering fleets from Spain, France, and the Netherlands. By the early 1600s, England was increasingly expanding its horizons. The first permanent English colony in America, Jamestown, was founded in 1607, signaling the country's intention to stake a claim in the New World. The defeat of the Armada had already proven that Spain's dominance could be challenged, and England now began to explore this newfound opportunity to establish its own colonial empire. The English pursued their imperial ambitions with determination. By 1620, the Pilgrims had settled in Plymouth, further cementing England's hold over its North American colonies. The growing importance of the Atlantic economy and the burgeoning transatlantic trade created vast new opportunities for England, and its navy was the instrument that allowed them to dominate these waters. The defeat of the Armada was quickly turning from a singular moment of victory into a historical symbol of what was possible when a nation stood up to the might of an empire. Narrator. But even as England was carving out its place in the world, the Spanish Empire did not vanish overnight. Spain's grip on its territories, particularly in the Americas, remained strong for decades after the defeat of the Armada. However, the Spanish Empire was no longer the monolithic force that it had been before 1588. The once unchallenged maritime superiority of Spain was now in question, and other European powers began to make inroads into the Spanish-dominated regions. In the Caribbean and South America, the English, Dutch, and French began to stake their claims. These nations, emboldened by the lessons learned from the defeat of the Armada, now saw an opportunity to disrupt Spain's monopoly over the lucrative transatlantic trade routes. Piracy, once a desperate act by outlaws, became an organized and state-backed enterprise. English privateers like Sir Francis Drake, who had earned his reputation by attacking Spanish treasure fleets, continued to plague Spanish shipping, contributing to Spain's declining influence in the Americas. The Dutch, too, began to challenge Spanish dominance, particularly in the Caribbean, and later in the East Indies. By the early 1600s, the Dutch had established the Dutch East India Company, and their fleet, rapidly growing in strength, was increasingly seen as a direct challenge to both the Spanish and Portuguese colonial empires. The shift in global power dynamics was becoming clear, as European nations increasingly turned to the sea for wealth and power. Narrator. Despite the mounting challenges to Spain's empire, the loss of the Armada was not the end of Spain's influence on the world stage. Spain continued to play a crucial role in European politics, particularly in the 30 Years' War, which raged from 1618 to 1648. Spain's role as a Catholic power, allied with the Holy Roman Empire, kept it involved in European conflicts for much of the 17th century. Yet the decline of Spanish naval power was undeniable, and its position as the leading empire of the New World was steadily eroded. Meanwhile, England, under the leadership of monarchs like James I and Charles I, solidified its hold over its North American colonies. The establishment of the Virginia Company and the growth of the American colonies marked the beginning of a period of rapid expansion. By the mid-17th century, the English were turning their attention toward the Caribbean and India, eager to build an empire to rival the once mighty Spanish crown. In the English Channel and beyond, the British Navy became the predominant force on the seas. The success of the English Navy after 1588 was not simply due to the defeat of the Armada. It was the result of years of military innovation, strategic alliances, and the development of a more modern approach to naval warfare. English ships had adapted to new tactics, and the Royal Navy would go on to become one of the most feared and respected maritime forces in history. Narrator. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was also a pivotal moment in the history of European diplomacy. Spain's inability to invade England and force a return to Catholicism sent a clear message to Europe. Catholicism was no longer the uncontested dominant faith of the continent. The Armada's failure served as a turning point in the religious wars of the 16th century. It emboldened Protestant nations across Europe, particularly in the Netherlands and France, where Protestantism was increasingly seen as the religion of resistance against Catholic oppression. In the decades following the Armada's defeat, England grew more confident in its Protestant identity. Queen Elizabeth I, herself a symbol of Protestant resistance, became a hero not just in England, but across Protestant Europe. Her reign and her legacy as the monarch who had faced down the might of the Spanish were celebrated as a triumph of faith, nationhood, and resistance. The defeat of the Armada, in essence, allowed Protestantism to not only survive but to thrive in Europe. In Spain, the aftermath of the defeat would lead to introspection and reform. The loss of the Armada deeply affected Spanish morale, and the once unquestioned dominance of the Catholic Church began to lose some of its sway, even within Spain itself. Yet, despite the setbacks, Spain would continue to hold on to its vast territories in the Americas for much longer, though they too would eventually face the encroachment of other European powers. Narrator. For the English, the Armada's defeat was not the end, but a beginning. It marked the start of England's imperial expansion, the growth of its maritime capabilities, and the eventual establishment of the British Empire, which would dominate the seas for centuries to come. By the time of the Napoleonic Wars, England would stand as the preeminent naval power in the world. It would control vast overseas territories, including India, Canada, and Australia, and maintain a fleet that ruled the oceans. The impact of the Armada's defeat stretched far beyond its immediate military implications. It was the catalyst for the rise of England as the world's leading maritime power. It paved the way for the establishment of the British Empire, which, at its height, would control a quarter of the world's land and population. Narrator. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was a turning point in history, a dramatic moment that reshaped the political, religious, and economic landscape of Europe and the world. The consequences of this event were far-reaching and cannot be overstated. Spain's decline, England's rise, the expansion of Protestantism, and the birth of global empires were all products of that fateful summer in 1588. In the years that followed, the legacy of the Spanish Armada would continue to shape the world. The story of the Armada is not just a tale of military might and defeat, but a reflection of the shifting tides of history, a reminder of how power, both political and naval, could rise and fall, and how the ambitions of nations could be defined by a single, decisive moment in time. The defeat of the Spanish Armada did not simply mark the end of a naval campaign. It shifted the trajectory of European politics for centuries to come. The aftermath of the battle marked the beginning of a gradual yet profound transformation in the balance of power in Europe and the world at large. Spain, having once seemed invincible, began its slow but undeniable decline, while England, whose navy had emerged victorious, rose to prominence on the world stage. The ripples of this shift would be felt across the globe, from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean. In Spain, The impact of the defeat was a complex mixture of national humiliation and deep introspection. The once proud Spanish monarchy, which had dominated the European political stage since the days of Charles V, found itself vulnerable for the first time in generations. The Armada's failure signaled the erosion of Spain's unrivaled maritime supremacy, which had allowed it to control vast swathes of the Americas, the Philippines, and even parts of Europe. Without naval superiority, the vast Spanish Empire, which stretched from the Americas to Asia, was exposed to foreign predation. The loss of the Armada was not a singular event in Spain's decline but rather a harbinger of the deeper issues at play: the declining financial strength of the Spanish crown, its increasingly overextended empire, and the growing challenges from other European powers. While the Spanish Empire was far from collapsing immediately, the defeat set in motion a series of events that would chip away at its global dominance over the next several centuries. Narrator. The immediate fallout from the defeat of the Spanish Armada was the acceleration of conflict between Spain and England. Though the Armada's defeat had been a crushing blow to Spain's military ambitions, Queen Elizabeth I did not rest on her laurels. The English, emboldened by their victory, began to openly challenge Spanish interests across the globe. In the Americas, the English navy, privateers, and settlers began to disrupt Spain's lucrative treasure routes, inflicting a steady stream of damage on the Spanish fleet. Pirate raids became increasingly frequent as English and Dutch privateers attacked Spanish merchant vessels laden with gold, silver, and other valuable commodities from the New World. At the same time, England's ambitions for colonial expansion were no longer constrained by Spain's dominance in the Americas. The defeat of the Armada had proven that Spain was not invincible, and the English saw an opportunity to establish their own foothold in the New World. In the early 1600s, English settlers established colonies in Virginia, the first successful permanent English settlement in North America, as well as in the Caribbean. These ventures were not only a challenge to Spain's control over the Americas, but also an opportunity to capitalize on the wealth that was flowing from the colonies. The Dutch, inspired by English and French efforts, also sought to weaken Spain's hold on the Americas and the East Indies. The Dutch East India Company, founded in 1602, became a powerful tool for challenging Spain's trade routes and its dominance in Southeast Asia. The idea of private companies operating their own military forces and trading networks was a new and revolutionary concept, and it allowed smaller European nations to participate in the global competition for wealth and territory. Narrator. Beyond Europe's borders, the shifting power dynamics that followed the Armada's defeat led to a reconfiguration of global trade routes and colonial ambitions. The English, in particular, capitalized on the momentous opportunity to build an empire that would rival Spain's, and eventually eclipse it. By the 17th century, the British would begin to establish their dominance over the seas, leveraging their naval power to secure the colonial territories that would make up the British Empire. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was the catalyst for this transformation, signaling that maritime supremacy was now up for grabs. Meanwhile, Spain, though still a formidable power, was forced to acknowledge its diminished position. The English and Dutch had proven that Spain's once untouchable naval dominance was no longer an immutable fact of international relations. The costly wars that Spain had fought in the decades following the Armada, particularly its involvement in the 30 Years' War, drained the treasury and further weakened the empire's ability to maintain its grip over distant colonies. Spain's attempts to strengthen its military, both on land and at sea, were hindered by a deeply entrenched system of corruption and inefficiency that had been allowed to fester during its years of supremacy. Narrator. As Spain grappled with internal and external pressures, England's naval power was only just beginning to take shape. The legacy of the Armada's defeat became embedded in the fabric of English political and military strategy. Elizabeth's successors, particularly James I and Charles I, understood the importance of sea power and sought to build a navy that could rival Spain's and project English influence across the world. The development of a more modern and professional English navy was a long-term process. The English fleet began to modernize, adopting new tactics and technologies that would allow it to outmaneuver and overpower the Spanish in future engagements. A crucial part of this development was the construction of larger, more formidable warships, as well as the professionalization of sailors and officers. The defeat of the Armada had shown the English that victory could be won not just through brute force, but by superior strategy, discipline, and innovation. By the 17th century, the Royal Navy was a force to be reckoned with, and its influence would only grow in the centuries to come. Narrator. The victory of England over Spain also had profound religious implications. Spain's Armada was, in many ways, a symbol of Catholic power, sent to restore Catholicism to England, which had broken away from the Catholic Church under Henry VIII. The failure of the Armada, therefore, was not only a military defeat but a theological one as well. In Protestant England, the defeat was celebrated as a divine victory, a sign that God had chosen England and that Protestantism had triumphed over the forces of Catholicism. This victory solidified Elizabeth I's status as a Protestant heroine and was a major turning point in the broader Protestant Reformation. In the broader context of the Protestant Catholic struggle across Europe, the Spanish Armada's defeat was part of a much larger and more complex series of conflicts. The wars of religion were far from over, but the defeat of the Armada was a psychological blow to the Catholic powers, especially Spain. The Battle of the Armada made it clear that Protestant nations, even smaller ones like England, could stand up to the might of Catholic Europe, and this message resonated throughout the continent. As Protestantism spread across Europe, it challenged the political and religious power of the Catholic Church, fundamentally altering the European religious landscape. Narrator. Despite the historical weight of the Armada's defeat, the story is far from over. The legacy of the battle lived on in the political, religious, and cultural developments that followed. As Spain's power waned, new challenges emerged on the horizon. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was not the death knell of Spanish imperialism, but it was the beginning of a slow and inexorable decline that would take centuries to unfold. The English, meanwhile, were emboldened and began to focus on global exploration and empire building in a way that would eventually lead to the British Empire's dominance in the 18th and 19th centuries. In the centuries following the defeat of the Armada, the event would come to symbolize not just the military superiority of England, but also the triumph of a small, determined nation standing up to a great imperial power. It became a defining moment in English national identity, celebrated in literature, art, and song. The story of the Armada's defeat would be passed down through generations as a reminder that even the mightiest of empires could be overthrown. And as the centuries wore on, the consequences of this epic clash would continue to shape the course of history. The defeat of the Spanish Armada marked the beginning of the end of Spain's dominance, and the start of a new era, one in which the balance of power shifted, and new empires rose to take their place. As the ripples of the Spanish Armada's defeat spread across the globe, the subsequent decades would witness not only a shifting balance of power within Europe but also a transformation of the international order, one that affected every corner of the world. The consequences of the Armada's failure touched not only the political, military, and religious spheres but also redefined how empires expanded and interacted. Spain's retreat from the pinnacle of global influence allowed new powers to seize the opportunity to carve out their own empires, with the English at the forefront. The loss of the Armada sent shockwaves through the halls of the Spanish court, and the damage inflicted on Spain's global dominance was far-reaching. For centuries, the Spanish crown had been the undisputed leader of Europe, bolstered by its vast empire in the Americas and its supremacy at sea. Yet after the Armada's defeat, a palpable shift began to occur. Spain, already stretched thin by its ongoing military conflicts with France, the Netherlands, and England, began to find its financial resources and military capabilities stretched even further. Though Spain still retained an impressive empire in the Americas and the Philippines, the defeat highlighted how vulnerable those territories were to foreign attacks. In the years following the loss of the Armada, Spain's once feared fleet failed to recover its former strength. The failure of the Spanish navy to effectively contest the rise of other European powers marked a turning point in the trajectory of Spanish imperialism. The Spanish Empire had been built on the wealth of the Americas, but as English and Dutch privateers increasingly disrupted trade routes, Spain was forced to divert more of its military and financial resources to protect its far-flung territories. By the early 1600s, Spain's grip on its colonies began to slip. In the Caribbean, the English and the Dutch increasingly challenged Spanish authority, establishing rival colonies on islands that had once been firmly under Spanish control. Pirates and privateers from England, the Netherlands, and France became regular threats to Spanish shipping lanes, and the Spanish could no longer afford to maintain the dominance they had once enjoyed. The decline of Spain's maritime power was becoming irreversible. Narrator. Meanwhile, England, buoyed by its victory, began its own rapid transformation. The defeat of the Spanish Armada became a defining moment in English history, cementing Elizabeth I's legacy as the defender of Protestantism and the champion of English sovereignty. It was a victory not only over Spain but over Catholicism itself, which had long been viewed by many in England as an existential threat. The psychological boost from this triumph would have a lasting impact on England's national identity, forging a sense of unity and pride that would propel the nation to greatness in the centuries to come. For England, the defeat of the Armada was the start of a new chapter in its pursuit of power. Elizabeth's reign had demonstrated the effectiveness of a navy that, although smaller than Spain's, was more agile, more innovative, and more motivated. The English navy quickly began to evolve from a fleet primarily concerned with defending the British Isles to one capable of projecting power across the globe. The victory over the Armada provided the English with the confidence to engage in larger-scale naval warfare and piracy against Spain, marking the beginning of an era of English colonial expansion. One of the key benefits of England's newfound naval confidence was the acceleration of its colonization efforts. With Spain's dominance over the New World in question, England quickly turned its attention to the Americas. In 1585, Sir Walter Raleigh founded the first English colony in the New World, Roanoke, although it would later fail. But the idea of establishing permanent English settlements in North America was firmly planted, and it would not take long for the English to return with more substantial settlements. By 1607, the English founded Jamestown in Virginia, the first permanent English settlement in the Americas. While Jamestown would face its own challenges, the creation of this colony marked the beginning of the English presence in North America, a presence that would only grow in the coming decades. The English had learned from the Spanish mistakes, and unlike Spain, England was not solely focused on plundering wealth from the Americas. Instead, they sought to establish a foothold in the region and develop trade and agriculture. Narrator. The defeat of the Spanish Armada also had profound effects on the Dutch and French, who had long been in competition with Spain for dominance in the Atlantic world. The Dutch, in particular, had been engaged in a protracted war of independence from Spain, known as the 80 Years' War, since the late 16th century. The Spanish defeat in the Armada raised morale within the Dutch Republic, giving them a sense that their struggle against Spain was not only possible but winnable. The Dutch had already begun to build their own naval and merchant fleets, and the loss of the Armada proved to them that Spanish dominance could be challenged. The Dutch East India Company, founded in 1602, became one of the world's first multinational corporations and a powerful tool in challenging Spain's trade routes. The company's ability to operate independent military expeditions allowed the Dutch to seize control of valuable territories in Southeast Asia, particularly in Indonesia, and establish a thriving trade network that would rival Spain's. In the Caribbean, the Dutch established colonies that competed directly with the Spanish, and by the mid-17th century, the Dutch were a major player in the Atlantic world. For the French, the Spanish defeat provided a unique opportunity. Though France was embroiled in its own internal religious conflicts at the time, the weakening of Spain's naval and military dominance opened the door for French ambitions in both Europe and the New World. The French began to establish a presence in the Americas, focusing on trade with Native American tribes and the development of a fur trade network. French colonies, including Quebec, were founded in the early 17th century as part of an ongoing effort to challenge Spain's monopoly over the Americas. The Spanish defeat at the hands of England did not mark the end of Spanish colonial rule, but it certainly marked the beginning of the end of Spain's unchallenged supremacy in the Americas and across the seas. It was also a turning point in the struggle between Protestant and Catholic nations, as the Spanish Empire's religious and military efforts were significantly weakened. Narrator. By the middle of the 17th century, the balance of power in Europe had undergone a dramatic shift. England, though not without its own internal challenges, had firmly established itself as a major naval and colonial power. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 had effectively marked the start of England's rise as a global empire. By the time of the English Civil War in the 1640s, England's power and influence were undeniable, and its navy was recognized as one of the world's most formidable forces. The consequences of the Spanish Armada's defeat reverberated beyond Europe's shores as well. The power dynamics in the Americas, Asia, and Africa were being redrawn, and the 17th century would see a marked shift in the way European powers interacted with the rest of the world. While the Spanish continued to hold vast territories in the Americas, their inability to defend those territories from rival European powers meant that Spain's influence was slowly but inexorably waning. The defeat of the Armada also set the stage for the global imperial struggles of the coming centuries. The Spanish, once dominant, were now embroiled in a long, slow retreat, while the English, Dutch, and French advanced to claim territories that had once seemed beyond their reach. What had begun as a naval skirmish in the waters off England's coast had ignited a global competition for dominance, one that would shape the future of Europe, the Americas, and much of the world. The defeat of the Spanish Armada stands as one of the most significant events in the history of naval warfare, marking not only a military victory but a cultural and geopolitical watershed. It is an event that has resonated through the centuries, shaping not only the trajectory of European powers but also altering the course of world history in ways that were far beyond what any of the participants could have anticipated. As we look back on this monumental clash, it is not merely the tactics or the naval engagements that stand out, but the deep lessons it imparts regarding strategy, the limitations of power, and the unpredictable nature of history. One of the most profound lessons from the defeat of the Armada is the role of adaptability and innovation in warfare. The Spanish, with their massive fleet and overwhelming numerical advantage, seemed destined for victory, yet their inflexibility and reliance on outdated strategies were key factors in their failure. Their fleet, while impressive in terms of size and firepower, was cumbersome and ill-suited for the kind of fast-paced, dynamic naval engagements that the English employed. The Spanish relied on a traditional formation of tightly packed ships, which was effective in the calm waters of the Mediterranean but not in the turbulent seas of the English Channel. The English, by contrast, adapted to the conditions of the battle with remarkable agility. The smaller, more maneuverable English ships were able to outmaneuver the Spanish vessels, using their speed to strike with precision and then retreat to safety before the Spanish could effectively counterattack. Furthermore, English naval tactics, which focused on harassing and inflicting damage rather than engaging in a full-scale decisive battle, kept the Spanish off balance and ultimately overwhelmed them. In military terms, the lesson is clear: size and strength are not always the determining factors in warfare. Strategy, flexibility, and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances are just as important, if not more so. The defeat of the Spanish Armada demonstrated that even the mightiest empire could be overthrown by a smaller, more agile adversary when that adversary possessed superior tactics and leadership. Narrator. The Spanish Armada's defeat also serves as a testament to the power of logistics and preparation in warfare. The Spanish fleet, though large, was hampered by significant logistical challenges. The Armada's ships were not only poorly suited to the conditions they faced, but they were also poorly equipped and hastily prepared. The Spanish leadership, particularly the Duke of Medina Sidonia, who was not an experienced naval commander, lacked the expertise necessary to properly coordinate such a vast and complex operation. The ships, though formidable in theory, were not ready for the kind of sustained combat that would be required in the English Channel. In contrast, the English Navy, under the leadership of Lord Howard of Effingham and Sir Francis Drake, had been preparing for months, training their sailors, and developing tactics suited to their strengths. The ability to mobilize resources, prepare men and equipment, and create a strategy based on the strengths of one's forces is a lesson that has been learned and relearned in military history. In this case, Spain's failure to adapt to the realities of naval warfare, both in terms of ship design and tactical doctrine, allowed a smaller and more nimble force to win the day. This lesson would be one that other nations would study and incorporate into their military strategies for centuries. Moreover, the defeat of the Spanish Armada underscored the importance of intelligence and foresight. The English were able to gather critical information about the Spanish fleet's movements and strategy, allowing them to make informed decisions about how to confront the Armada. The English used a network of spies and intercepted communications to predict the Armada's arrival, and they were ready when the time came. Spain, on the other hand, was often behind the curve in terms of intelligence and, consequently, was unable to act with the same level of strategic foresight. Narrator. However, the Battle of the Spanish Armada also represents the limits of power and the importance of overreach. For Spain, the decision to send the Armada was not just a military action, it was a political and religious statement. King Philip II of Spain, emboldened by his dominance in Europe, believed that he could extend his influence over England by force, overthrowing Queen Elizabeth and re-establishing Catholicism in a country that had broken away from the papacy in the 16th century. In many ways, the Armada was a manifestation of Spain's belief in its own invincibility, a belief that had been nurtured by years of unchallenged power. Yet, in focusing so heavily on this one campaign, Philip II made a critical miscalculation. Spain's empire was vast, its interests far-flung, and its resources increasingly stretched thin. The Armada, though a formidable force, was not the answer to the complex web of challenges that Spain faced. Its failure illustrated the limits of military power and the risks of overextension. Spain had underestimated the resolve of the English, as well as the logistical challenges of mounting such an ambitious and distant campaign. It also failed to anticipate the shifting dynamics of European alliances and the resilience of the Protestant cause. The collapse of the Spanish Armada did not, of course, signal the end of Spain as a global power. Spain would remain a formidable empire for many years, controlling vast territories in the Americas, parts of Europe, and the Philippines. But the defeat served as a turning point, demonstrating that even the most powerful empires could falter when faced with the right combination of strategy, determination, and adaptability from their adversaries. Narrator. The Armada's failure had long-lasting cultural and psychological effects, particularly in England. The victory became a source of national pride and an emblem of English resilience. For Queen Elizabeth I, the defeat of the Armada became one of the defining moments of her reign, reinforcing her image as a wise and capable monarch who had successfully protected her nation from the might of Spain. The English people, who had lived in fear of Spanish invasion for decades, celebrated their victory as a triumph of their national spirit over an enemy that had once seemed invincible. In the centuries that followed, the defeat of the Armada became a symbol of English identity. It was immortalized in literature, art, and music, with poets like Sir Walter Raleigh and historians such as Sir Francis Drake shaping the narrative of a victorious England. The defeat was celebrated as a divine sign that England's Protestant faith was favored over Catholicism, and it solidified the nation's resolve to expand its empire in the New World. The event also served as a touchstone for English imperialism. The success over Spain proved that England could stand toe-to-toe with the greatest maritime powers of the time, and it instilled in the English a sense of confidence and ambition that would shape the nation's future in the centuries to come. The legacy of the Armada would resonate throughout English history, culminating in the rise of the British Empire in the 18th and 19th centuries, when England's naval supremacy would become unmatched across the globe. Narrator. On a broader scale, the defeat of the Spanish Armada marked the beginning of a new era in global geopolitics. The war between Catholic and Protestant powers, which had raged for decades in Europe, began to take on a new dimension after 1588. The Spanish failure in the Armada emboldened Protestant nations, particularly England and the Netherlands, and set the stage for an era of religious and political conflict that would define the 17th century. The Protestant cause, buoyed by the English victory, gained momentum, while Catholic powers like Spain and France faced challenges to their religious and political influence. As England, the Netherlands, and France began to establish their own empires in the Americas, Africa, and Asia, the traditional boundaries of global power were redrawn. The rise of these new maritime powers was a direct consequence of the weakening of Spanish and Portuguese dominance in the New World and across the seas. The competition for colonies, resources, and trade routes would intensify, leading to global conflicts that shaped the modern world. Narrator. In the end, the defeat of the Spanish Armada was not just a battle lost by Spain, but a victory for the potential of smaller nations to change the course of history. The Armada's failure demonstrated that even the mightiest empires could be defeated, and it marked the beginning of a long process of transformation in the global balance of power. Spain's retreat, England's rise, and the eventual birth of new empires set the stage for the modern world we know today. The legacy of the Spanish Armada continues to echo through the ages, serving as a reminder of the fragility of power, the importance of strategic thinking, and the unpredictable nature of history itself. The years following the defeat of the Spanish Armada marked a slow but irrevocable shift in the dynamics of European power. While Spain would continue to be a formidable empire for several decades, the loss of the Armada effectively marked the beginning of a prolonged decline in Spanish naval and global influence. Spain's failure to decisively defeat England and its diminishing control over its vast overseas empire signaled a broader transformation in the balance of power, both on the continent and in the distant colonies. In the aftermath of 1588, Spain's defeat was not immediately apparent. The country, with its seemingly endless resources drawn from the New World, was still able to maintain a significant military presence and exert control over much of Europe. However, beneath this veneer of strength, cracks began to appear. The Spanish navy, once the mightiest force in the world, would never fully recover from the devastating blow it had suffered. In the years that followed, Spain found itself engaged in multiple wars on multiple fronts, from the ongoing conflict in the Netherlands to struggles with the Ottoman Empire, France, and the English. These prolonged wars, coupled with the financial drain of supporting overseas territories, weakened Spain's ability to maintain its naval dominance. The Spanish fleet was no longer the well-coordinated, technologically advanced armada of earlier years. Over time, the naval strategy that had once brought Spain victory, an emphasis on powerful, heavily armed ships, was no longer effective in an era when agility, maneuverability, and innovation in ship design were critical. Spanish shipbuilding techniques, once the envy of Europe, lagged behind those of the English and the Dutch, who were rapidly advancing in naval design and tactics. Narrator. In contrast, England, emboldened by its victory, began to see the true fruits of its naval triumph. Queen Elizabeth's eyes confidence in her navy soared after the defeat of the Armada. England's ships, smaller, faster, and more maneuverable than their Spanish counterparts, were now the envy of the seas. England's victory did not just protect the nation from invasion, it laid the foundation for an era of unprecedented expansion and imperial ambitions. The English navy grew in both size and sophistication in the decades following the Spanish Armada. Under the leadership of figures like Sir Francis Drake, the English established themselves as master naval tacticians, attacking Spanish fleets and colonies, and developing a highly effective and mobile navy that would dominate the world's oceans for centuries. The English, who had initially been outclassed by Spain, now saw the opportunity to extend their reach beyond their home shores. In the 1590s, England began to exert its influence more aggressively, particularly in the Caribbean. Pirates and privateers, many of whom had supported Elizabeth's war effort, continued to target Spanish trade routes, and England began to establish its own colonies in the New World. By the early 1600s, England had firmly entrenched itself as a major colonial power, with the establishment of Jamestown in Virginia in 1607 marking the beginning of a larger English colonial presence in North America. The defeat of the Armada had effectively opened the door for England to claim territories that were once exclusively under Spanish and Portuguese control. The English Navy's dominance over the seas and the growing desire for trade, resources, and territory led to the establishment of a colonial empire that would eventually span the globe. Narrator. While the Spanish were distracted by internal strife and external threats, including the challenge posed by the Dutch revolt and continuous conflicts with France, England and the Netherlands began to assert their influence over territories once held firmly by Spain. The Dutch, long in conflict with Spain over control of the Low Countries, used the defeat of the Armada as a springboard for their own naval expansion. The Dutch fleet became a force to be reckoned with, and by the early 17th century, the Dutch East India Company was rapidly becoming a global power, challenging Spain's monopoly on trade in the Americas and Southeast Asia. The defeat of the Armada was also significant for the rise of other European powers. France, too, began to rebuild its naval capabilities and expand its own overseas territories. The decline of Spain's influence provided opportunities for France and the Netherlands to forge new alliances, trade routes, and colonies across the Atlantic and in the East Indies. In Spain itself, the loss of the Armada and its subsequent naval decline had deep and lasting effects on both the country's economy and morale. The Spanish had grown accustomed to a dominance that seemed unshakable, and the defeat represented a tremendous psychological blow. King Philip II's decision to wage war with England had not only been a failure in military terms, but had also drained Spanish coffers, already weakened by the costs of maintaining a vast empire. As Spain struggled with its finances, it turned to other means to sustain its empire, relying increasingly on its colonies for wealth and resources. Yet, the financial burden of maintaining its overseas holdings, combined with the increasing competition from rival European powers, put Spain at a disadvantage in the new, more competitive global order. Spanish dominance, once so complete, was gradually replaced by the rise of the English, French, and Dutch, who were more agile and more willing to adapt to the changing tides of international politics. Narrator. The Spanish Armada's defeat also had a profound impact on the religious and ideological battles of the time. The Spanish, deeply committed to the Catholic cause, had hoped to use the invasion of England as a means to reassert Catholic dominance over the Protestant nation. Yet, the failure of the Armada had the opposite effect. The victory was celebrated across Protestant Europe as a divine vindication of Protestantism over Catholicism. In England, the defeat of the Armada became a symbol of national unity and Protestant identity. Queen Elizabeth I, already a symbol of resistance against foreign domination, was lauded for her leadership, and England's Protestant faith was seen as being divinely protected from Catholic aggression. This newfound sense of religious and national identity solidified the resolve of English Protestants in the coming decades, especially as the country continued to expand its empire across the Atlantic and into Asia. The Spanish, on the other hand, saw the failure of the Armada as a divine humiliation. The Armada, which had been assembled with such fanfare as a divine mission to restore Catholicism in England, was now viewed as a failed crusade. The Spanish monarchy struggled with the psychological and political consequences of the defeat, which led to increased instability within Spain. While Spain would continue to be a significant European power, it was now facing a far more fragmented world, one in which the notion of absolute dominance was no longer a feasible reality. Narrator. As we look back on the Spanish Armada, we are reminded of how this singular event shifted the course of world history. The impact of the Armada's defeat was felt not just in the years immediately following 1588, but in the centuries that followed, as European powers jockeyed for global supremacy. The defeat exposed the limitations of military might when faced with a determined and agile enemy, and it showed how shifting alliances, innovations in naval tactics, and adaptability could lead to the rise and fall of empires. For Spain, the aftermath of the Armada represented the beginning of a slow but irreversible decline. For England, it was the beginning of a new era of imperial expansion. For the Dutch and the French, the defeat of Spain provided opportunities to challenge Spain's hegemony in the global markets and colonies. The defeat of the Spanish Armada is a story of ambition, miscalculation, and transformation, a story that reminds us that no empire, no matter how great, is immune to the forces of change. The legacy of the Armada, though centuries old, continues to serve as a powerful lesson in the nature of power, the consequences of overreach, and the enduring importance of strategy, adaptability, and innovation in the face of overwhelming odds. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 is one of those pivotal moments in history that reverberates far beyond the immediate consequences of the battle itself. It was not merely the defeat of a fleet, nor simply the failure of a military campaign. It was the collapse of an imperial vision that had long been held by Spain, the idea of Spanish hegemony over the seas, and the restoration of Catholicism to England. For Spain, it marked the beginning of a slow and painful decline from the zenith of its global power. For England, it was a moment of unification, a clarifying victory that would guide its rise to dominance on the world stage. Yet the repercussions of this great naval confrontation reached far beyond the military and political sphere. It affected the cultural, economic, and religious landscapes of Europe and the New World. The legacy of the Armada is layered, a complex narrative that reflects the transformations of an entire era. When we consider the legacy of the Spanish Armada, it is essential to look not just at the immediate aftermath but at the long-term consequences that shaped the history of Europe, the Americas, and the world. For Spain, the loss of the Armada was but one manifestation of a broader crisis of imperial overstretch. The Spanish Empire had long been the envy of Europe, with its vast colonial holdings in the Americas and its dominance over global trade. Yet, by the end of the 16th century, Spain found itself facing the exhausting costs of constant warfare. The resources of the New World, long seen as the lifeblood of Spanish power, were now being siphoned off into the maintenance of an increasingly beleaguered empire. The failure of the Armada epitomized the inability of Spain to sustain its position as the uncontested leader of Europe. The immediate effects of the Armada's defeat were felt in the Spanish court, where King Philip II, once confident in his empire's invincibility, was forced to confront the limits of his reach. The catastrophic losses suffered by the Armada strained the Spanish treasury. The extensive damage done to the fleet, which had been the pride of Spanish naval might, could not be repaired overnight. Moreover, the psychological blow of having failed so spectacularly against what was, on paper, a lesser opponent, shook Spain's confidence. It was a failure not just of military strategy, but of the very vision of Spain's destiny. Despite Spain's vast resources in the Americas and its political sway over European affairs, the Armada's failure was a critical turning point. Spain's financial system, already strained from decades of war with the Ottoman Empire, the Dutch revolt, and internal strife, was deeply affected by the added costs of the Armada's failure. As the Spanish treasury was drained to fund further military endeavors, Spain began to lose its competitive edge. The lack of naval innovation in comparison to England and the Dutch led to an erosion of Spain's dominance. Though the Spanish monarchy would continue to hold considerable political and economic power in Europe for several decades, the Armada marked the beginning of the gradual erosion of Spanish dominance both at sea and in the New World. Narrator. The decline of Spain's naval power had profound effects on the broader geopolitical landscape of Europe. In the wake of the Armada's failure, other European nations took notice. England, buoyed by the victory, recognized an unprecedented opportunity. While Philip II's Spain was still a formidable opponent, England, under the leadership of Elizabeth I, now positioned itself as the dominant naval power in Europe. The English navy was smaller and less experienced than the Spanish fleet had been, but its ships were faster, more maneuverable, and better suited to the demands of the modern world. The victory over the Armada allowed England to expand its maritime influence, turning its attention to trade routes and colonies across the Atlantic. The defeat of the Armada also gave England the confidence to pursue an expansionist policy, turning it into a major player on the world stage. Elizabeth I's reign saw the rise of English exploration and colonialism, with figures such as Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh leading expeditions to the New World. The English began to establish colonies in North America, the Caribbean, and Asia, marking the beginning of the British Empire, which would later become the largest empire in history. The defeat of the Armada was not just a military victory, it was a pivotal moment in the development of the English nation and its future dominance in global affairs. The victory over Spain solidified Protestantism as the dominant religion in England. The Armada had been launched by Philip II in the hope of overthrowing Elizabeth I and reinstating Catholic rule in England, but the failure to do so only strengthened the resolve of English Protestants. For many in England, the defeat of the Armada was seen as divine providence, a clear sign that God had chosen the English cause over Catholicism. This strengthened the position of Elizabeth I and her supporters, who saw the defeat as a vindication of the Protestant faith and a rejection of the Spanish Catholic monarchy. Narrator. In contrast, the failure of the Armada also impacted the religious and cultural dynamics of Catholic Europe. Philip II had viewed the invasion of England as a mission of religious and political restoration, a way to reassert Catholic supremacy in Europe. His failure, however, led to a shifting of allegiances and a breakdown of Catholic unity across the continent. While Spain remained a powerful Catholic force, it no longer had the same moral or military authority in Europe. The Protestant Reformation, which had taken root in England, the Netherlands, and parts of Germany, continued to expand its influence, and the defeat of the Armada hastened the decline of Catholicism's political dominance in Europe. The loss also spurred an age of reform within the Catholic Church. Spain's failure to reclaim England for Catholicism underscored the need for greater internal cohesion and reform within the Church itself. The Counter-Reformation, which had been underway since the 16th century, gained new momentum in the wake of the Armada's defeat. Catholic powers, including Spain, Italy, and the papacy, sought to strengthen the position of the Church through missionary efforts, religious orders, and educational initiatives, while also making efforts to consolidate power in the face of Protestant challenges. For the Spanish people, the defeat of the Armada was a bitter reminder of the fragility of empire. It forced them to come to terms with the changing tides of global politics, which were no longer shaped by the dominance of a single imperial power. The Armada, once heralded as the force that would secure Spain's place at the head of Europe, became a symbol of the perils of overreach. It was a moment of reckoning for a nation that had once seemed invincible but was now caught in a downward spiral that would take centuries to fully play out. Narrator. The defeat of the Spanish Armada is more than just a historical event. It represents a broader shift in the balance of power across Europe and the world. The naval confrontation between Spain and England revealed the increasing importance of naval power and its direct relationship with national strength and security. Spain's inability to adapt to the changing nature of warfare, to embrace the innovations in shipbuilding and military tactics that England had introduced, marked the beginning of a new era in naval warfare. In the centuries that followed, the defeat of the Armada would come to be seen as the end of an era in which one empire could dominate the seas and the world. It marked the beginning of an age of competing empires, English, Dutch, French, and eventually British, who would come to control vast swaths of the world's oceans and territories. The Spanish Armada's defeat served as the opening salvo in the creation of a new world order, one defined by the rise of naval powers and the expansion of global trade. While Spain continued to be a great power for some time, its naval and imperial dominance was no longer assured. The balance of power in Europe had shifted, and with it, the course of world history. The defeat of the Armada had not just ended Spain's ambition to control England, it had heralded a new age of exploration, conflict, and imperialism that would reshape the world for centuries to come. Scene 30. The End of an Empire, Spain's Decline and the Rise of New Powers. Narrator. As the smoke cleared from the Battle of the Spanish Armada and the waves calmed in the aftermath of the great naval clash, the world began to shift. The Spanish Empire, once the most formidable force in Europe, would never again be the same. The defeat of the Armada in 1588, although not an immediate death knell for Spain's global influence, marked the beginning of a long, slow decline that would resonate through the centuries. The intricate web of Spain's political, economic, and military power, woven together through centuries of conquest, began to unravel. Yet, in the ashes of Spain's imperial dominance, new powers would rise, reshaping the global landscape. Spain had already been suffering under the weight of an overextended empire. The costs of maintaining such vast territories, including the Caribbean, large swaths of South America, and substantial holdings in the Philippines, had already strained Spain's financial system before the defeat of the Armada. But it was not just the economic drain that contributed to Spain's decline. It was the failure to adapt to the changing realities of warfare and politics in a rapidly evolving world. The Spanish Armada was the apex of Spain's imperial might. Its fleets, the Invincible Armada, had been designed to uphold the country's dominance over the seas, ensuring that Spain could maintain control of both its European and overseas territories. When the fleet was decisively defeated by the English and their allies, the empire suffered a monumental blow not only in military terms but in morale, prestige, and the perception of its invincibility. The winds of history had begun to shift, and the age of Spanish dominance was slowly coming to an end. Narrator. For the Spanish monarchy, the defeat was nothing short of catastrophic. King Philip II, who had poured substantial resources into the Armada, was devastated by the failure. The defeat forced Spain to confront its vulnerabilities in ways it had never before considered. While Spain still controlled vast portions of the New World and had wealth pouring in from the Americas, its military superiority was gone. The once unassailable dominance of the Spanish fleet was now challenged, and Spain's navy would never fully recover. Internally, Spain faced a series of challenges that compounded the impact of the Armada's failure. The country had been involved in almost continuous warfare for decades, against the Ottoman Empire, France, the Dutch, and England. Spain's financial system, reliant on treasure from its colonies, was deteriorating. The ongoing war with the Dutch in the Low Countries drained Spanish resources further. By the time the Armada was assembled, Spain's finances were on the brink of collapse, and the destruction of the fleet only exacerbated these problems. In the years that followed, the Spanish economy suffered, marked by inflation, increased debt, and a series of costly military campaigns that drained the resources of the crown. Meanwhile, Spain's social and political landscape was also beginning to fray. The Habsburg monarchy had been strained by internal disputes, and the nobility, many of whom had amassed their wealth through the exploitation of overseas colonies, began to fracture. The influx of gold and silver from the Americas had, ironically, contributed to the decline of the Spanish economy. The massive inflow of precious metals led to rampant inflation, undermining the country's economic stability. The Spanish lower classes, burdened by taxation and the economic dislocation caused by the empire's decline, found themselves at odds with the crown. Narrator. As Spain faltered, other European powers began to rise in prominence. The defeat of the Armada laid the foundation for England's ascendancy as a maritime and colonial power. Under Queen Elizabeth I, England had proven itself a formidable naval force. The victory over the Spanish fleet, which had been so overwhelmingly large and seemingly invincible, cemented England's place as one of the leading naval powers in Europe. In the years that followed the Armada's defeat, England embarked on an era of expansion that would see it establish colonies around the world. English explorers and privateers, such as Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh, seized on the victory to challenge Spanish dominance over the New World. England's navy, which had already been smaller but faster and more flexible than Spain's, began to explore new trade routes, establish colonies in North America, and challenge Spain's control of the Caribbean and South America. The defeat of the Armada was a turning point for England, and it would eventually give birth to the British Empire, which would dominate global affairs for centuries to come. The Dutch, too, found new opportunities in the wake of Spain's decline. The Netherlands, having spent decades in a bitter war for independence from Spain, now took advantage of the weakening Spanish grip on its territories. The Dutch fleet, initially engaged in the defense of the Low Countries against Spain, grew in strength and began to assert control over vital sea routes. The Dutch West India Company was established in the early 17th century, giving the Netherlands a foothold in the Americas, where it began to challenge Spain's colonial possessions. Likewise, France, which had been an intermittent ally of Spain's enemies during the conflict, saw the power vacuum created by Spain's decline as an opportunity to expand. French explorers, traders, and settlers began to establish themselves in parts of North America and the Caribbean. France's expansion during the 17th century, particularly in the fur trade in North America and the establishment of New France, signified the growing influence of yet another power vying for global dominance. Narrator. Spain's decline was not only reflected in its military and economic struggles, but also in its waning influence over the global Catholic Church. King Philip II's long-standing efforts to champion Catholicism, both in Europe and in his colonial territories, had been closely tied to his imperial ambitions. The failure of the Armada was a blow to the Catholic cause, especially in the context of the Protestant Reformation, which had gained significant traction across Europe. In Spain, the failure of the Armada led to an era of introspection, where many began to question the assumptions of their empire. The idea of Spain as the defender of Catholicism was gradually eroded as Protestantism, especially in England and the Netherlands, continued to spread. The waning power of the Habsburg monarchy, particularly under Philip's successors, further weakened Spain's influence in European religious and political affairs. Despite these challenges, Spain continued to maintain its empire in the Americas for a time, but the empire was no longer the force it had once been. By the 18th century, Spain's hold over its colonies began to slip. The growing competition from other European powers, the rise of new colonial empires, and revolts within Spain's colonies all contributed to the eventual disintegration of Spanish colonial power. The Napoleonic Wars and the rise of independence movements in the Americas eventually led to the loss of most of Spain's territories, culminating in the loss of Cuba and the Philippines in the late 19th century. Narrator. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 can thus be seen as a key turning point, marking the decline of one empire and the rise of others. It was a battle that transcended the immediate contest of arms and had lasting repercussions for European geopolitics and the future of the world. Spain, once the undisputed hegemon of Europe, found itself on the defensive, while new powers emerged to reshape the global balance of power. The English navy would go on to dominate the seas for centuries, the Dutch would create a vast colonial empire in the East and the Americas, and France, once a rival of Spain, would later become a dominant force in European and global politics. The Spanish Armada's defeat serves as a powerful reminder that no empire, however great, is invulnerable. The rise and fall of Spain's imperial dominance show us the fragility of empires in the face of shifting tides, be it in the realm of military strategy, economic power, or the changing currents of history. The Spanish Armada's legacy is thus not only defined by its immediate military outcomes, but by the broader patterns of rise and fall that continue to shape the world even today. The story of the Armada is the story of empires, of dreams of grandeur, and of the inevitable passage of time. The empire that once ruled the waves would, in the end, find itself overtaken by the very forces it sought to control.